Okie dokie. Uh, my goodness. Hey guys, Concentric here, back playing some more Satisfactory. Uh, God, I started the stream and immediately the cat is like trying to get into my chair. Been a few days since I played. As you guys have seen, I've been really into Lethal Company and just, playing with people and doing some other stuff. Played a little bit of Marvel Rivals. That was exciting. But yeah, I was like, you know what? Seems like, I don't know. Seems like I'd like to get back into this, and people are busy, and, kind of a good time for it, right? So, here we are. It has been a little bit, so I kind of have to re-get my bearings. I know there's the Christmas thing still going on, so there's actually... We'll start with some Advent calendar finding. Let's see. See if I can find... There's 24. Oh! Fresh factory trinket.
Since the human olfactory system is closely linked to memory, Fix-It created scented build gun trinkets to remind pioneers of specific concepts. This scent is the concept of caring about your family on Earth, which I'm sure will have no effect on you.
Scathing. So how you doing, Emma? How you doing, Trin? My goodness. Oh, equipment fireworks. Hold on, wait a minute.
Turning explosives into a recreational activity is exactly the kind of attitude that led humanity to its doom. By all means, have fun. I certainly will, now that we are finally close to the end of this event.
Well, alright then. I don't remember what we got up to. I think we were just 21. 22? Yeah, we got 22. 23. Did not get 23. Oh! Pulse Nobelisks. My goodness. Alright. I don't think there's like a... There's not 26, is there? No. Okay. I mean, I figured it just went to Christmas. That's kind of how Advent calendars work, but you never know. Okay. That's the last of the Advent stuff. Equipment fireworks is kind of crazy. Sweet firework. Fancy firework. And a sparkly firework. That's just tree branches and actual snow. Or whatever else. Interesting. Very interesting. Long time you saw the stream. Hey Tan, how you doing? Yeah, it has been a while. Jesus. I mean, it's been a while since I seen you in here, but I stream pretty regularly. Very, very interesting. Suspicious, even. Nah, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. Ooh, our snow production is kind of dookie. Actually make some fireworks here. Fire. There we go. It wouldn't let me click it. We'll just craft a couple, because obviously they take a while. Wait, how do we... What do we load these into? Spine check this early? It is necessary. I do sit like a shrimp on the regular. But during stream I get scared, very, very scared. Why do you get scared? I mean, is it just like a... which makes you anxious kind of thing, or... Also, what do I load this into? Oh, maybe the rebar gun? No. What the fuck? What do I... Ah. Oh. Oh my god. That was awesome. Wait, that's actually really cool. It's a little bright. They go a little... They go a little hard. It's cool, I'll come back. Alright, Dan, yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm gonna ask again about that getting scared thing. We'll talk about that, alright? I mean, if you want to, but I'm down. Alright, so fireworks. So, we really need to build up a Christmas factory. Christmas is well past by now. We should really set that up. I forgot as well. I wanted to make a brief announcement, because it is... I mean, it's cool, and I'm happy I set it up, but it's not really, like, much of a thing yet. I set up the main channel, kind of. I've got, like, one video on there, and I'm posting some of the old clips as shorts. I'm trying to do, like, one short a day, where I'm literally just ripping the fucking Twitch clip and putting it over there. It's a little lazy, I'll be honest, but, yeah, apparently, Twitch doesn't really do much for sort of getting you out there. So, and there's, I mean, Twitch themselves suggests other platforms, such as putting shit on YouTube, so I was like, you know what, I'll start doing that. It's literally the minimum amount of effort that I can put in for doing that, so, yeah. But I'm putting shorts on the main channel, and any kind of, like, spare highlights or videos or whatever that I think is worthwhile. And then the VOD channel will also just exist, but that's all linked together. Got that set up kind of now, so kind of exciting. Just thought I'd mention it. So hopefully something comes of it, but if not, oh well. But enough of my rambling. We need to figure out what we're actually gonna do today. And I think, given the time urgency of it, I think we are going to set up the Christmas factory. It's a little late, and I don't know if there's really anything we get for it. But fuck it, why not? I kept meaning to, and I had intended to by Christmas, but believe it or not, being sick throws a wrench in things. So, who could have believed it? The missus has a platform over here that she was intending to use. As you can see, she is not with us at the moment, having a coffee on the floor. So we'll try not to disturb her. In that effort, get out of here. So I'm just gonna, you know, see what we can come up with. I don't know if she had a specific thing in mind for this, but okay. She's not too upset that I've rearranged things, but I just want to have lots of room to do some activities. Also, I don't know why I did this out of 1 meter foundations. Oops. Whatever. Fill it in. It's fine. Look, it's like it never happened. Perfect. Perfect. Also, I wonder if the Christmas stuff stays after the event. Like, if I build all this out, are we just gonna have a Christmas factory forever? You know? So let's, I think, start by... Oh, should we Dimensional Depot Christmas stuff? I guess we could. I guess it's kind of worthwhile. Or I could just grab a shitload of every resource I need. Maybe that makes some more sense. Okay. Well, I guess on that note, what resources do I need? So tree branches to start. Let's say like 2,000 tree branches. A modest 2,000. 50 gifts per thing. And then 30 of those. Okay. So that's like what? 620? Yeah, okay. 3 stacks. Each of these. And then a couple stacks of gifts. Shockingly, I don't actually know. No, let's pull the excess from here. Wait, why are these so slow? I guess they're just full. Huh. Kinda odd. Well. Hey! Voodoo, how you doing? It's been a while. My goodness. Having all kinds of people come in here. Holy cow. Also, since this is 50, I think I need like 1,000 gifts. Thereabouts. Been a long while. Yeah, it sure has. Hope you've been doing well. My goodness. Yeah, I just had a tan in here as well. Who I've not seen in quite some time. Got people coming out of the woodworks. I guess the holidays being over probably helps, though. Everybody's a little less busy, maybe. Been doing well? Heck yeah. I'm sure you probably had stuff going on. So, hope everything's chill over there. The holidays can be holidays. Family and stress and traveling. Yeah, we're just we're putting around on some Satisfactory though. I'm finally getting around to actually doing some of the Christmas stuff now that it's post-Christmas and this stuff will all be leaving. I assume fairly soon. I will now play with it. Expedient as usual for my friend. I think this isn't the same base you saw last time. I mean, I did restart at one point. I don't know if it was. I don't know which one you're referring to because it has been a while since I restarted. So, if you're thinking of the base that was a multi-leveled thing, like over here, had like multiple levels to it, then yes, this is not the same. It's not the same world even. If not though, then yeah. I mean, I've been on this run for like a couple months, I think, cumulatively now. Okay, so we're gonna do something like this. Someone during the 24-hour stream? Oh, yeah, no. No, yeah, I ended up nuking that world because I was so frustrated with the game. Which sounds extreme, but I do think it was the best option. But I restarted, changed my design philosophies a little bit, and I think this run has been significantly better. But yeah, different world, so... I didn't even see the 24-hour stream, oh my god. I mean, yeah, it was a while ago, to be fair. It's, I did it for my reaching of 100 followers. But I don't think it went as well as I'd hoped, honestly. I should have like switched around games and stuff more, but I mean, it was my first time ever doing anything like that, so I'm pretty okay with that. Figure I know better for next time. Oh, did I do this backwards? Oh, I did. Oh no. Alright, whatever. We're just gonna run with it. It's fine. Alright, so this should be like 300 gifs a minute. Thereabouts. Which is frankly ridiculous, but... Next 24 stream 150 followers. Probably at 200, I would assume. Either a 24-hour stream or, I don't know, maybe I'll do like a different stream event. Something like that. So, but I would say that's probably the next major goal for me. CC to outsource this year. Yeah, and the outsource team is, they're a little slow, given how far we are past Christmas now. It'll get there eventually, though. It's a busy time of year. There's lots of things happening. Okay. So I think that... Well, let's shoot. I need like a list of all the crap that I need to make. Most of it's gonna come from gifts, but... It does get a little messy. And also I gotta figure out like what kind of numbers I'm looking to achieve here. I think most of these are quite slow. Yeah, like that's 15 per minute. That's 15 per minute. 10 per minute. I could go for like a solid 30 per minute or something on each thing. It doesn't need to be a lot. This isn't really a production style of thing. I got some radioactive waste. Nice. Yum. Don't drink it all in one sip, alright? I put far too much time into that fish command. Oh, you will? I mean, if you insist. Hey, maybe it'll make you duel better, eh? Got him. I am seriously considering getting the stream avatars thing on my stream because of that. It's so funny. I almost feel bad. Almost. You need to? Yeah, I might just. Oh no. Oh honey, why are you in the way? Wish I could move her. It's really unfortunate. And I think she's like perfectly positioned to be in the middle of these two grid spaces. Alright. It's fine, we'll put it over there. We'll just sort of skip over that spot. Yeah, my only concern for getting that is that I feel like it's, and this is not like a dig at anybody that uses it, I just feel like it's a little visually distracting. I put like all my VODs on YouTube, and I know there's some people that genuinely watch for my, you know, playing through or whatever, but I assume, I don't know, maybe nobody cares, but maybe they just put it on while they sleep or something, like a lot of VOD watchers do. But, you know, I'm like, I don't want to have an overwhelming visual, like I like the simplistic style. So that would be my only concern. having all the little creatures run around at the bottom. L. Alright. Rein it in. I'll think about it. It's not on sale, so I don't feel pressured to buy it like right now. So, you know, we'll see. Also, I think, going to do dimensional storage. Yeah, dimensional deepest. I only have 5 Mercer spheres? Oh. Well, alright. That's fine. It's kind of not fine, but whatever. We're just gonna say it's fine. Nope. Okay. We're gonna do something like that. I mean, I guess we do need to keep your loss streak going, Trin, so yeah, maybe I will get it. If that's the way to... if that's the way to increase my win ratio. It does feel kind of necessary. You've made a compelling point. Wow. I mean, I'm just saying, you know. Don't do it. This only makes 5. Oh my god, 5 per minute. Okay. So I'm gonna need, what, 6 of these things? To make 30? I don't much like that, I'll be honest. Can I do, like, maybe, something like, Oh, actually, is there... I kind of wish there was, like, a frame wall. Why is that not a thing? Like a steel beam wall? Frame window? Oh. Cool. Not what I'm looking for, but very cool. Hole wall. That actually kind of does what I want. It's very clearly like a gate, but sure. I just want it to look sort of plausible, like it's holding something up. That's all. That's all I'm looking for. Oh god, I'm getting back to like my silly vertical factories. This is probably really bad, actually. So why is this? Oh god. Okay. You know what, that's fine. Oh no. Got their pants on the door. Ew. I was thinking relatable, but sure. Ew works, I guess. That's fine. You can just be disgusted by all the effort I put in. That's cool too. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't let multiple people fish. Relatable is cray cray. What do you mean by that? Hold on, I'm gonna take a look real quick, because I wonder if there's a setting that I can... It's something I've done. Because everybody should be able to just, like, do it on their own. I don't think there's a... Unless the cooldown is for everybody? 1 minute cooldown? I'll do 45 seconds. How about that? At least that way it's slightly quicker. I get why you wouldn't want it to have like no cooldown, but I want it to be per person. I'm realizing a grave error with what I've done here. Shit. Okay, hold on. Maybe we have to move all these up a little. I'm not happy about it, but I don't want things clipping into trees and being weird. Wait, is building this and not turning it on? Damn, you're cutting deep with that one. Why are you gonna say that? No, no, no. I've overcome my foolishness. Alright. I have started prioritizing function over form. You know? It's not perfect, but I think I'm doing a lot better. Oops. Wait. That's not right. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. That's crazy. You're the one who caught it. Wait, what the... Where aren't the gifts going on this? Hello? Smart splitter. Doesn't that need to be a smart splitter? Yeah, it's regular. Oh god, are these all smart splitters? Did I really? There. I made it possible to catch. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would you catch something like that? In my chat? Please. Have some dignity. Okay. What do we think about that? Eh? I kinda cooked, huh? Right? And do something like there. Womp womp. Get you knowledge from your pond. Speaks more about you than them. There's so many people trespassing on my pond. How can I control it, you know? Case in point. But any actual fish? Yes, there are actual fish in there. All right. You just haven't caught any yet. There's like 5, I think, 5 different actual fish you can catch. But a lot of it's just like stupid jokes, wordplay, things like that. Also, this is literally the same thing as this, so we're just gonna have to rebuild this. Only 5? Yeah. Out of like the 50 catches I think you can do that I set up, like 5 of those are fish. It's fine. Who wants to catch fish anyways? Got a case of the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, Trin's stealing all the fish. I've gotta let other people into fish too. Have some compassion. Yeah, you'll get the normal one, the actual fish. Trin gets some like garbage, but you'll get a real fish. How terribly fitting. Is it a fish? I don't think so. I don't know, we'll see, won't we? We'll find out. There's only one way to know. Am I positioning this thing right? No. Hold on. There we go. That'll do it. Did get him on the first try, so it's possible. That's true, you did get him. I caught something similar and die the next Tuesday night. Yeah, but, you know, Trin, you gotta make some phone calls. You got the heebie-jeebies. Caught some water. The hook got moist. Never used condom. That is fair. You gotta clean the hook off. That's what you were doing. After Trin dirtied it up. Just kind of, no. Nothing to do with me. I don't know how that got there, and you can't prove otherwise. You have no case. I'm innocent. So how many gifts have we eaten with this thing so far? Hold on. We were doing bows, right? So this is like 60 on this machine. Or this stack, I should say. It's 60, this is 90, it's 150. And then this is 30, it's 180, so we have 120 left. Just got caught at a red light. I was really, I was doing this at like 2 a.m. Like I said, I spent like an hour and a half, 2 hours on this. I was doing this at 2 a.m. and I thought some of these were really funny at 2 a.m. I mean, reading them back now, they're kind of dumb, but they're still kind of funny. That makes sense. Hey, hold on. What do you mean by that? Just because my sense of humor is, like, close to brain death doesn't mean anything. Alright, let's see. 25 to 10. Oh, well, the 10's not bad, actually. Also, there's a couple in there that I don't know if they're gonna work. I'll just be straight up with you. Some of them I got kind of creative with the commands, and I don't know if they're going to function. So we'll just have to see when they come up, because they didn't look like they were gonna work in the actual thing, but it said in the API that they should. So I don't know. Yep. Heard someone say there's a freak off party around your house. Well, whoever it was certainly couldn't be me. I would never. Good heavens. You know, part of me was like, man, Trin's just getting all the dumb ones, but I think most of them are pretty dumb. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if there's any, like, legitimately good ones. I guess the actual fish ones you can maybe consider good, but... Okay, so this is 75. We had 120. That's what, 45 left? 45 gifts a minute? Jesus. Of course, there are only 5 actual fish. Okay, it might be like 4, actually. Because I'm trying to think of what they were, but I... Oh, no, there's... Well, it depends on how you classify it. Is a crab a fish? It's at least... It's fish adjacent, right? I would count that. So yeah, I'd say there's 5. It's fine. It's great. What does it take to make these snowballs? Oh god, okay, I'm not doing 60 snowballs a minute. Okay, so let's think. Oh, smelters, that's what we needed for the next section here. Okay, red. Oh, Jesus Christ. How much did I say it was? 75 out of 120, so it's 45. All the used condoms and red lights probably killed them. Maybe, that's not supposed to be in there. Kill them with the brick. Why would you do that? Evil. Evil. Okay, we're gonna have to do another triple stack, I think. Actually, I guess the smelters are kind of thinner. Hey, you know what? Smelters are thinner. Let's do something like, oops. Okay, it's 5. Alright, you know what? I think I'm pretty okay with that. I don't think it's like lined up in the middle, but fuck it. That'll work. Is this right? No, that's not right. Okay. Is anything is Lake Erie and not your pond? No, it's my pond. For sure. Trust me. It definitely is. Would I lie? Declaration of Independence. That's a rare one as well. You only have a 70% chance to get anything, and To be clear, some of the things have been misses technically. And that's a 5% chance if you hit the 70% chance. So that is another rare one. That's the same rarity as catching him. You're lucky then? Sure. Yeah, you know what? Sure, why not? Except when it comes to duels, but yeah. Shut up. I mean, I'm just saying. What was it again? Like 15 to 4? Just L after L. Brutal times. Sit down and watch me beat you. The worms die instantly when making contact with your pond. Yeah, worms, rodents, small reptiles, children. Anything that's not strong enough to sustain just instantly perishes on contact. It's just vaporized. It's like dropping it into strong acid. It's hard to tell if it's the used condoms or the radioactive waste. Surprised the used condoms survived. It was the mastermind, yeah. It's the only reason. You guys have a lot of opinions about my pond. My pond keeping. Ah, shit. Hey, there you go. Crab. What's wrong with the crab? You got one. It's true, you did. Also, why the fuck is our aluminum production so slow? Two aluminum? You kidding me? Alright, we're gonna go check our aluminum factory. I feel like it's busted. It broke down for some reason. You fix it? Yeah, you got one. Finally. Finally, a crab was retrieved. Objectively, well, I don't know. I guess there's one other one that I might not classify as a fish, but I would say that technically counts as far as fishing goes, but it is objectively just not a fish. I have it on good authority. Also, if anybody has any fun ideas for more fish catches, I don't know. I don't even know what to refer to them as. Let me know. Also, am I stuck? Oh, there we go. Jesus. Can't build a running factory, so I don't have any faith it can be a clean pond. Wow. I came out swinging. Come on. Why you gonna do me like that? That's fucked up. Oh, now I just feel bad. I mean, hey, I've got a running factory. I mean, look at this mess, eh? Look at all this. Yeah. 99% of this is running. It's just this little segment here. Or, sorry, that segment there. That one is running. So, you know, stuff's happening. It doesn't look very good, but it is running. What I'm running on right now is going to be part of the new factory, but it's what I can only refer to as a giga construct, so I figure if I sink another 50 to 100 hours into it, maybe it'll become something. We'll get there eventually. My ulterior motive or goal is to take over every resource on the planet. So That's what this construct is looking to achieve. As you can imagine, it might take a little bit. But in the, in the meantime, most of that's running. Although I will whatever credits due, the 24-hour stream was fucking brutal. I built that factory for almost like 20 straight hours and had nothing to show for it. I mean, it was a good learning experience, though. I will say that, but... Also, this looks like it's doing stuff. So why am I not getting any, Why am I not getting any aluminum? He caught the bus. Nice. Whew. The bus in a lake is crazy. You're the one who caught it. Is that my fault? My fault that you caught the bus? Please. What is the problem here? Oh, is the water? Is the water full or something? Yeah, it has no place to output it. Okay. Son of a bitch. Yes, it is. Very opinionated for somebody who just caught a bus. You catch human heads in this pond, and to find out. I mean, if you can't right now, I'm not gonna say either way. If you can't right now, you'll be able to after this stream. Can you catch a bus? I don't think so. Don't hate. You make a fair point. Can't argue with that. Okay, I think I need to do something here. Probably not. Nothing could feed on the head. I mean, would the head even survive in that circumstance? I feel like maybe not. Also, let's do like something like this. I've not actually used this yet, so I have no idea how these work. Oops. Say a valve. Does this take power? Configure valve. Limit. Oh. Wait. Oh. It's not a padlock key. Yeah. Throw it back. There's no need to hang on to it. Okay, so this doesn't work how I wanted it to work, which is incredibly tragic. So let's say I have a solution in mind for the problem that just happened, but it's going to require building up a little infrastructure. Maybe it's to do a fishing shed. That's where I keep all the fish of the pond. I actually fished them all out already. They are in fact locked in my shed. It stores the human heads inside of it. The human heads, the abducted humans. All of my deep dark secrets. I wouldn't put it past him. Trin. What do you mean by that? How could you say such a thing? I am an upstanding citizen. A law-abiding citizen. I would never put myself in a position to get caught like that. Couldn't fathom such a thing. Law, be for real. Being for real? What do you mean by that? Okay, we're gonna set up a miner here, and actually, see what I'm thinking is Actually, let me look. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, a coin flip cam. Shit, I didn't think anybody would get that. That's another rare one. What the fuck? Why did he send this in his Dexter? All right. So this is the only one I actually have to do something on. My mentality being, you can. I'll do a fucking coin flip gamble on stream. So let's let me start a thing here. Also, I tried to do something fancy with my OBS. It is not working. It is so hard to see. I thought I was meant to make starting these types of things be easier, but okay. Start prediction. heads or tails. Also, let me put this back now. Once that's done, I will pull up Google coin flip and do it. So let's see, consumption 45 a minute. Aluminum scrap. What's this make? 120 a minute? Oh Jesus. Google coin flip was always tails. I don't think that's accurate. You gave everything up? Oh my god. You're a Google coin flip expert? I didn't even know it was a field. Where'd you get your degree? It better be worth it. Well, it might be. Who knows? Who knows? Alright. Let me grab Google coin flip here. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm pulling it up. It's gonna go ahead and flip, right? Because I've not done anything with it. Alright. I will say I did land on tails. But I'm going to I'm going to pull the stream over, and then I would do another flip, and that's going to be the one, okay? So, we're going to do... Oh my god, OBS, you're killing me here. I'm about to fix that later. Okay. No, hold on. No, it's... What do you mean not fair? I have to show it flipping on stream. Right? I gotta show the flip, otherwise that's not fair. I can't just do it off stream. It did land on... No, you don't. Yeah, but how do you guys know that I didn't just flip it until it landed on what I wanted? Huh? See? How can you trust that? Come on, heads? Alright, here we go. It landed on tails. There we go. It did. It was actually tails. If your degree is false. Well... It was not false. You nailed it. It was worth it. What'd you guys wager on that? Hold on, I want to see the wager amounts. Oh my god. A couple thousand points, not too shabby. You sure do. Sorry I ever doubted you. You also see you told. Called out by Trim. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You know what? I know how to solve this problem. I am a fool. Now wait a minute, this should be overflow. This should do what I need it to do. Unless it's slowly building. That shouldn't be happening. 180 per minute. 120 per minute. Oh, wait, because that's making... No. 360? Yeah, no, that should be fine. Alright, fuck, I don't know. Alright. Math on that's messing with my head, but... I don't know why that would ever get backed up. It shouldn't. It's like, coin 5 points in, not my fault. I'm sorry. Alright, look, here's what I'll do. By next stream, I will set up a bot or something to be able to do it in chat. How about that? And, you know, hopefully one that's more random, apparently. I've seen it be heads before, though, so I'm a little flabbergasted. Seen that before in someone else's. Yeah, I feel like that could be really convenient. Because I think coin flips are fun anyways, but having that as a fish, a fish opportunity is, you know, I feel like it's gonna incentivize having something to do it on the fly. So I will look at setting that up. I wonder if I can do something with that on Wisebot. I've been kind of using Wisebot as like my crutch. It does everything pretty much. So, which I'm pretty happy with. But you know, if I have to set up something else, I will. Hopefully not, though. How are you gonna catch fire out of a pond? Like, how's that possible? I don't know. There's a lot going on. This is not normal. Oil spill. Yeah, BP was drilling in the lake. Uh-oh. Not again. It's easy to type this thing. I don't know what you're talking about. I would never have an oil spill in my pond. I didn't get there because of me. Say lightning strike. It was actually the friction from the usage of the used condom. It was unlubed. Alright, hopefully that solves my aluminum problem for a little while. Oh, you call it a tasty burger. Yum yum. I'm sure it's really yummy coming out of the water. The water with the oil spill, the condoms, the bricks. Yep, that's why it's so tasty. It's infused with all of the flavor juice. Mmm. Alright, let's see. So we're gonna do... Got some shit. How's that burger tasting now? That's not what? What happened? I'm surprised. It's a baby is being made in that pond somehow. Yeah, all of the there's all the parts in there. They just kind of float together. Especially the used condom, exactly. That's why it's possible. Also, I have run out of Mercer spheres, which is not a great situation. Oh. Oh. Hey, speak of the devil. Okay. Sir. Don't die. I will absolutely not die. I've come too far to even be threatened by those hogs. Oh, there is a minor annoyance. I caught a ball. Also, I don't think PETA applies to alien creatures. Lucky for me. I get to make them suffer extra hard. Because they're not from Earth. Talking about the pond. Oh, they're fine. They love it in there. PETA doesn't mind. You gonna catch a cold from the pond? In what heaven? Yeah. Think of all the particles and shit they could be eaten on in there. They're probably delighted, honestly. Ooh, I just had a genius idea. Actually, hold on. We have to go like that, I think. Oops. That's not meant to go up there. Genius said it's always following a 4-story factory that won't turn on. Okay. Feeling very called out. At the foot reveal redemption. Yeah, absolutely. Have you not seen that yet? I mean, I talked about it a couple times, but I will go full on tasteful with it. Alright? If somebody redeems that, I'm going all out. Stepping on eggshells. I'm like putting my feet in like peanut butter. I'll peel a banana. You know? I'll do it all in stockings. Is that not? No, it's one lower that lines up. So telling me it's up there. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Lately talking about it. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't kidding either. I will 100% do all of those things. And more. I'm sure I've got plenty of time to think about it, and 1,000,000 points is a lot. And if whoever redeems it has a request, you best bet I'll be right on that. And then I'll update it with an OnlyFans redeem. That's how you know it'll get good. Alright, these kind of intersect, but I don't love it, but I don't hate it, so we're just gonna pretend that's fine. Okay. What? What happened? What's up, Trin? Did something happen? Alright, so that's red and blue doodads. Red and blue ornaments. Wait a second, don't these come in at different numbers? You get 5 red. Oh, you get 10 blue. I only need half the number of blue. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Because I can just remove half this. So. Get 2 balls? Nice. Good job, Trin. Nice balls. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave... Well... I'm gonna leave the platform here. Because I get the feeling I can shove something else up here. Only 2? Trust me, there's a lot of balls in that pond. The pond is actually 90% balls, so... Just unlucky that you've only gotten 2. Oh god. Alright, power pole placement time. I'm sure this won't be a pain in my ass at all. How many kids did you kill? You haven't fallen in the pond. Yeah, no, I didn't kill anybody. Look, if somebody dies by collateral from falling into the pond, they probably weren't meant to be there anyways. You know, let's just be real. So, it's fine. Can't be pinned on me. Just because the pond is classified as an ecological disaster doesn't mean I had anything to do with it. And that's a fact. On your property, you're liable by default. I've been advised not to speak any further without a lawyer present. We have to postpone this conversation. Did you fall at your place of work? Yeah, I fell out of my desk chair. I was fell on head as child. Not think good. Brain bad. The most fun part, wiring all this crap up. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, now I just have it connected at the end. Easy peasy. Alright, sir, kit. Hold on. Nope. I don't know how many of these it's gonna take. He broke the line. It's one of the default ones as well. Hooked to a car or something. There might be a car one in there. We just don't know. Oh my god, how did that thing not die? Perish, damn you. There we go. I don't know why I was so insistent on getting him out of the factory, but he's gone now. Mission accomplished. Oops. Okay. I have to drink radioactive waste to pull up the car. Maybe. If he gets superpowers, I will require reimbursement for my services. Suing me for getting damaged in the pond? Not allowed. Getting sweet superpowers from drinking the radioactive sludge that is the pond? You gotta pay that back. Not allowed. Smash puny human. No, bad. So why the hell is this like... Oh, I guess these are getting backed up with stuff first, huh? Alright, that's kind of frustrating, but oh well. Okay. Alright, is the rest of this all producing? Presumably? Yeah, looks good. Okay. Okie doke. So all this crap is going to dump into dimensional storage, which is fine. Yeah, which is fine. We should also set it up so this is all getting synced. Because, I mean, I'm going to be producing the gifts regardless, so. If we don't need it in dimensional storage, it may as well go towards getting more tickets. Although, I guess I talked about it before. I didn't really want to use this for getting tickets because it seems overly good, so maybe I won't do that. But... Alright, in any case, I think there was... assemblers? I think they had recipes? Let's find out, yeah. Ornament bundle, Fixmas wreath. Also, there was foundry stuff, I believe. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, copper ornaments, iron ornaments. Oh, God. It takes red ornaments to do that? I'm guessing the other one probably takes blue, huh? So that's 10 a minute. 15 a minute for blue. And iron. Alright, I don't know if I want to bother making these 30 per minute. Just because that means I'm going to have to make 6 of each of these foundries. That's going to mean 60 red. At least for that. Or 90 for this. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean, I guess we technically could. Just not thrilled by the idea. What do these guys take? Yeah, and then this also takes stuff. Gross. Fixmas wreath. Ornament bundles and tree branches. Cool. How many hours do I have in this world? 87 hours. It's called an old shopping cart. It's all slimy, covered in algae. I'm trying to think about how I want to do this here. It's a homeless man fell into the pond. Yeah, you can find his skeleton if you keep fishing. Skeleton of a homeless man. It's only been in there 3 hours. All of his flesh was vaporized upon contact. I'm wondering if I should expand and or change this in some way. I'm thinking I probably should. Okay, considering most of this stuff is a direct upgrade or replacement of the stuff over here, we're going to do a quick little backtrack and just remove a lot of this. And a lot of it was temporary anyways, so. Cool. And actually, can we do... no, we'll leave that, because that's making snowballs for us. And I've not set up a snowball production over there yet. Get rid of all this crap. Oop, all this crap. Except for this middle one, because I said I wasn't going to do that. Alright. Now the rest of the stuff we can just ram it into a sink. Because why not? It's way too much of it for me to manually delete. Let's just... Oop, and do it that way. Sink. Throw that there. Look at the power. Alright, grind it up, boys. Beast. Feed the machine. Alright, I was expecting a much more dramatic something. I mean, I guess it's all kind of bottlenecked, but whatever. Well, this will clear out eventually. I would really love to just dump my stuff in one of these, though. Maybe something like that. Actually, I have my own sink. What am I doing? I'll leave that to do its thing. Caught you staring. Again, I thought these were really funny at 2 a.m. Oh, man. Yeah, it looks good, I think. The pond became sentient. The living pond. I mean, if there was anything that would be sentient in the pond, it is the pond itself. I don't know that anything else could survive. Time to figure out light speed travel. Any moment now. Oh shit, there's a pretty big spike actually. We like doubled our points per minute. Cool. Okay, we'll check back on this later, and then we can actually fully remove that, hopefully, when the time comes. And also, do we have... Oh yeah, there's some copper and some iron back this way. Cool. So we can pull that in to make all of our ornaments and stuff. Me not have to be so burdened. Okay. Let's think. So I need to do the copper and... Shit, what was the other one? Hold on. Production. Nope, it wasn't the assembler. It was the foundry. Yeah, copper and iron. So it's gonna eat 10. It's gonna eat 15. They both make 5. Okay. So I'm thinking I just run some smart splitters off the side of this and call that good. And I just sort of siphon off from our main thing. Then I'll just do like two of each of these. So we'll only have 10 per minute coming out. Although I guess we need these for the fucking things as well, don't we? Yeah, these guys. I mean, I guess that makes like 10 a minute of those too. It's not great, but... I don't know how big I want to go with this thing is the problem. And the answer is kind of not really big at all, so... Alright, we'll do that. Need a ton of dirt and water though. Proxima Centauri B has life. The pond knows. The pond is aware. It knows if there's life there. It was the life there. Can we do like... Can we line this up a little bit? The pond is Swamp Thing's vacation house. Accurate. Lore accurate pond. We will do... Okay, so we'll come over here, get rid of these guys, right? Smart splitter. Get rid of the middle one. Okay. So center is going to be any, left will be overflow. Okay. We may need to rethink what we've just done a little bit, but let's burn that bridge when we get to it. Okay. I have minor concerns with this. Because I'm not going to be able to fit not going to be able to fit a splitter here. It's a little bit of a thinker. Now, a wise man would just extend this out, move these back, and just have more room for everything. And that is exactly what I'll do, actually. Now that I'm saying it out loud, it sounds really obvious, and I should just do it, so. I'll be reasonable. For once. At least the machine turns on. All my machines turn on. I don't know what you're... They've always turned on. I can't fathom what you would mean by that. As if I would ever spend a ridiculous amount of time creating something that didn't work. Oh, ye of little faith. It's opposite day. Oh, come on, man. I've gotten better. Is that right? That's not right. So I was thinking about playing Subnautica on stream again. When I say again, I played Subnautica again, but have never played it on stream. So it would be me playing through the game another time, but this time on stream. But yeah, I was thinking about doing that. You love Subnautica? Yeah, it is a awesome game. It's been a couple of years since I played it, but which I mean I played through it and I beat the game and everything, so I'm pretty familiar with it. But I've seen Emma as well as Siri have been both playing it and watching their streams, and I think they're going through it for the first time. I don't actually know on that. I don't know if they're first timers or not, but it's been so long since I played it though. I'm just like, I don't know. It's a vibe. It's so good. Kind of miss it just watching them putz around, you know. So I set these up to be iron. Can I do? So I've got to base off of this. Hold on. Red is coming out of the bottom, which I think is iron. No, iron is blue. Okay, copper. Okay, so these have to be copper. Cool. I'm playing Mass Effect past couple of days though. You know, I've never played any Mass Effect games. I don't know if that's like sinful or not, but I don't know. Grab a splitter. Treasure Law 40 DLCs is $5 right now. Steam sale? Oh shit. Yeah, it's worth the price right now. Legendary Edition contains main 3 and 40 DLCs. 40 DLCs is crazy. The choices matter depending on... okay. I mean, I do like a good, like, roleplay game. You know? I like a good, like, choices matter style game. And it's been a while since I played one. So, yeah, I may have to pick it up. $5 is not bad. That feels like a steal for just about any game. But a lot of people seem to think very highly of Mass Effect. So, but I've never really touched any of them. I never really touched any of them, and I've never really watched any of them either. So, I have a fairly minimal understanding of what they're about, other than the fact that they're in space and there's aliens and shit. That's about all I got. Also, I'm realizing I probably should have put this a different direction. That needs to go like that. Shit. I don't know why. I don't know why I pointed it this way as well. I just fixed the other one. Oops. Come on. There we go. Also, this doesn't need to go up and over like that, but just keeping the aesthetic. Lore is also pretty massive. Stay on the very start of the Citadel for 30 hours. I have things to do. Jesus. Yeah, I didn't realize it was like such a branching game. It's your first time playing through. Oh, because your brother played it. First came out. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't have anything that could really run it or do anything with it when it came out. It was more of a big thing. And then, you know, years later, I don't know, I just never revisited it, so. I never took much interest in it at the time because of that, I think. But it could be something fun to pick up and play on stream at some point or another. Or even just on the side, I guess, but I feel like streaming's a good excuse for me to do a lot of new things, so. You know, I may as well take advantage of that. Take a sip of my tea. Okay, let's see. I'm just gonna use Miner's Mark 1 here, because we're not even gonna use like the full amount we're getting off of this anyways. Or it'll be very very limited usage. We'll just have to repurpose these eventually and remember that we're not using it all. Yes, okay, good. It's actually kind of good that these are in pure. I feel less bad about not using them fully. Oh, hi. Boo. Yeah, I'd like to play Mass Effect maybe then, because that sounds pretty cool. I'd like to play through The Witcher 3. I own it, and I'm pretty sure most of the DLCs or all of the DLCs. I got like the Game of the Year edition, some fancy edition, something or other. I've never played it. Well, I guess I should rephrase. I've played like 10 hours of it, thereabouts, which is essentially nothing for that game, given its sheer size, the breadth. So I'd love to play that on stream. I would like to replay the Fallout games on stream, maybe at some point. I don't know if I'll play the OG ones, but at least like 3 New Vegas and 4, I think could be fun. I always revisit them every couple of years, usually, and do like a modded style of run. So. Oops, let's see. This needs to be iron. This one will be copper. You only let you're reading the books before you do? Ah, yeah, that's probably a good call. I've heard the books are very good, but I've also heard the game is just very good. So I don't know. I'm sure there's lots of cool stuff in the books that you would miss otherwise. Also, as hard as I try, I'm just, like, not much of a reader, so... I don't know if I would ever sit down and just read through the books first. Like, I've, like, fucking... I'm old enough that I shouldn't have it, but I've got, like, the brain rot. I just can't focus, so... I want to be a reader, though. The Mass Effect and the suggestion channel? Alright, yeah, cool. Absolutely. It helped me actually remember and keep track of it. Because my memory's pretty well cooked as well. So. Okay, yes, this is iron. I did hook that up right, thank God. Very big reader. I'm envious. I want to read, it's just so hard to get myself to actually focus on it. It's like pulling teeth. Which games take place after the books? Ah, okay. I was not aware of that. That's actually kind of cool then. So you're getting pretty much, like, you know, new or exclusive, like, information, I guess, in a way. I don't know if that's the right way to phrase that, but you know what? Alright, they're clipping a little, but we're gonna ignore that. It's fine. Can we do... something like this? Nope. Hold on. Fun and excitement of lining up power lines. Truly riveting stuff. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be lined up. To hell with it all. Also, I'm pretty sure these guys aren't going to be getting any ornaments for a while, are they? Oops. Back finger the console key. Let's see. Yeah, that's at 101. This one's at 232. Jesus. Wait, how's that one so much higher? What? Oh, I guess it's... yeah, okay, I know why. It's just the distribution. Okay. Used to not read, I started reading comic books. I'm getting to textbooks. What? Okay, I mean, I appreciate the progression there, but how do you get into textbooks, especially from comic books? Unless you just mean like books with text, because you say textbook and I'm thinking like science class. Like, let me pull out my textbook, my learning textbook. And it feels like such a dry read that I'm like, comics I get. Textbook feels incredibly dry. It's like a wild leap. That said, I mean, that is a cool jump to make. And I'm glad comics were able to get you into that. I do read, like, on occasion. I do read, like manga or, you know, manhwas or whatever. But nothing that I actively keep up with and seek out. But other type of textbook, I mean, since I know drawings. Okay, gotcha. That's kind of what I was thinking you meant, but I was like also a textbook is, I just think of like a conventional, like a school book textbook. It's very hard to imagine something else, but okay, that does make more sense. Also, can I blow up these rocks, actually? Hold on. can. Nice. I mean, there's still grass and shit, but whatever. Take what we can get. Actually, I don't even have any Mercer spheres. Shit. Swap that up. Alright, we're doing a little Mercer sphere hunt real quick, because I need more. Always need more. Yeah, I've got some reads that I would like to, I'd like to sit down and, well, actually read. But, I mean, one thing is, like, actually getting the books. Because it just seems like such a... Not that it's terribly cost prohibitive, but just like if I don't know that I can sit down and read it, I kind of hate to buy the book because I'm just like, it just sits there. I feel like an asshole. You buy a book for like $30 and then don't ever read it. Just like, eh. Because my Mass Effect, lots of text, you have to read it. There's no narrator. It's slowly easy into something like that. I feel like my reading skills are like decent. It's just a matter of actually sitting there and, you know, reading and staring at a page. My brain just like drifts away so quickly. I'm like one of those people who has to reread a paragraph 8 times. Well, it depends a little bit. Sometimes I read and I'm totally fine. A lot of times I've got to reread and get easily distracted and things like that, but it varies from day to day. Used book website they use, it looks pretty cheap. I should look into that. It's probably had a lot of better than what I read. Gotcha. Yeah, like fairly like short snippets and things. Like if it's just like a text chat for example, or a I would imagine a game like Mass Effect where it's, you know, dialogue. I don't think it would be too bad at all. Where did I kill that? Oh, whatever. Oh, there he is. Nice. Actually, I'm gonna need more. I don't know why I'm leaving. Need more spheres. And realistically, I should get like 20 something because there's an upgrade that I can do with them. It's the last one I can do. I don't know if I'll commit to getting all of them right now, but that is an at some point type of goal. So can I get shatter rebar? Stop it. Don't hit me. Nice. Text without narrator's information is there to explore more into the lore. Oh, the main lore text as the narrator read. Ah, okay. So if you want the deeper lore or explanation, you gotta read. I mean, that makes sense. I guess it also kind of depends on whether or not it hooks me, you know? Nothing as like a commentary on the writing of any particular game or anything, but it's like sometimes I play a game and I'm just like, there's stuff I can read, but I am not at all compelled to read it. But if it's something that I find relatively interesting, it'll work out. My God. Even though it can be like games that I like, they just don't capture my attention with the lore they write. Although maybe the way they write it is more the problem. I'm not sure. Okay. Caught some incredibly soggy toilet paper. Why would you catch that, Trin? Come back just to fish that out of the pond? Look, I don't know, so you get used books from the first picture book is $7. Damn, yeah, that's not bad at all. Is that like shipping and everything, or is it like a online book thing? I mean, I guess it's used. That doesn't really make sense, but right, came back for what? Well, for soggy toilet paper, apparently. It's a weird thing to come back for, but I mean, you won't catch me judging. Couldn't be me. Pay for shipping, but it's not a lot. Okay. Got him. You alright? Locked padlock. Yeah, if only you had the key. Back in it goes. Yeah, and $7 is crazy. And it really sucks too, cause like, I mean, I like the used books, and you know, having a website for that is really good. But it's like I want to get into reading, and then I'll go to a bookstore, I'll see a bookstore, and I'll browse around, and like there's something in my monkey brain that's just like knowledge. You know, look at all these words on paper. I love it. It just makes me happy. Then I'm just like, again, I kind of get into the problem where I look at a book and it costs $30-$40, and I don't know. Like, I want to support physical bookstores, but just feel like such a jerk. I guess I could just like pick up used and then read it, and if I do enjoy it, you know, get a new copy for myself or something. I also just don't feel like I'm the kind of person to reread books. That's the problem. Oh my god. Don't die. All your books from Amazon. There. Got the mass paperback version. It's $5. Oh, okay. You just caught on. Finally. Finally, Trin is caught on. Just to reiterate like a fourth time, I thought these were really funny at 2 a.m. I hope that comes across. So where the fuck is this sphere? Hello? Ah, here we go. What the fuck? You know, like comics from Amazon or comic stores. Don't get used. Gonna be too damaged for my tastes. Yeah, and that's another thing too. Like, I like the used books, and I mean, obviously the overhead's gonna be much less, much more manageable for somebody just unsure. You know, like myself. Yeah, the number of used books I've seen that are like gross and sticky, and I imagine if it's a dedicated service and they're cleaning them properly, probably not bad, or if people have taken decent care of them. But I guess it also probably depends on the book. But So I did a thing at one point where I did like a volunteer thing for a company that they took in books and then redistributed them to kids. I know kids are a whole different ballpark, but God, those books were disgusting. I was on book cleaning duty each time I did it. Those things were fucking gross. A paperclip, indeed. A singular paperclip. Now you can clip your papers. Finally. Finally, your loose paper problem is solved. I'm glad my pond could help. Okay, we have enough Mercer Spheres, I think. I hope. 7? Yeah, that should be more than enough. You got more soggy toilet paper. I like that there's so many in there and you're just getting like the same one. There's a lot of soggy toilet paper at the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna do... Also, let me know if it stops you from doing the fish command, because like if you have done it too many times, like the similar message thing. I don't think I have that turned on, but honestly, I'm not sure where you would check. So maybe it already has. Well, I mean, it should tell you and be like, yeah, you can't send it again because you just sent an identical message. So if you get that, let me know. I can turn that off. Or I can try to figure out how to turn that off. It's got a case of the heebie-jeebies. Got a second case of the heebie-jeebies. Heebie-jeebies is cray-cray. That's fine. What's so cray-cray about the heebie-jeebies? Riddle me that. Also, you know what? I'm gonna rotate these, actually. In fact, I didn't even hook one of them up, so I'm glad I checked. We're gonna rotate these so they're like... sort of like that. Yeah, nice, okay. That works. I have a particular case in mind for why I'm doing that, so... I have all these around my area. Comic books are $3 to $10, usually $20 to $100, basically in brand new shape. Holy shit, that's like a massive price difference. Oh my god. Yeah, because comic books are like pretty well sought after items too. I think if I ever got into trying to read them, I would definitely not be going for physical copies just because I could just never afford them. Nobody was calling it. It's always the same comics. Yeah, also I couldn't tell you the last time I saw a comic book store. So that is kind of crazy on its own. Or I guess, oh, it doesn't sound like it's specifically a comic book store, but a store with comics even, I would say. to broaden that statement. Okay, so got these guys making the copper and iron ornaments. What else did we need to do? Oh, the assembler. So we're going to assemble them all together. So we need 2 assemblers for that. How do I want to put this crap? I never bought a comic book in my life. Yeah, no, never mind. I've never really read comics either, though, to be honest. The closest I think I've gotten is, I read Well, I don't think I read all of it, but I read some chunks of Injustice from DC. And to be fair, that was pretty fun. Most of my comics online, free site. I myself like it. Injustice was alright. Yeah, it was like I read it and I was like, I don't know where this stands in terms of like comic quality, because again, I don't really read comics, so I have no idea. But I was like, it was pretty fun. It was pretty good, I guess. I vaguely remember liking it enough to keep reading it until I couldn't read anymore. But it's been years, and I don't know if that was even the end. It's been so long, so it seems fairly likely there's more that I've just not read of it. But how do I want to put this together? Thinking like. Something like this, maybe? Oh, wait a minute. This is not going to line up how I want it to. Hold on. You get caught at a red light again? Trin. How are you... Actually, you know what? I was going to ask how you're getting duplicates already. But, statistics. Statistics, unfortunately. For any statistical, mathematical problem lovers, look up the birthday problem. Not once, but twice. Tisk tisk. Caught a shoe. I think that's one of the base ones as well. Actually, I'm gonna set this to be overflow, or any rather. The middle will be overflow, and this will be any on the right. Overflow in the middle. Okay, and we are going to do. Alright, this might look like dog shit. Which I know the rest of this has been peak beauty, but this one might have to be awful. Actually, you know what? Can I do like something like this? Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe we can get a little cheeky. Because I like superhero and mythical stuff. Adaptions of book and comic books are always worse than their source material. Yeah. That is true. I will agree with that. I mean, yeah, any text form of anything is just gonna have more detail. It's just, you know, the nature of the medium. I would say. I mean, I will say that I like mythical stuff. I like, you know, like science fiction and fantasy and whatever else. I don't know. It's just finding something that really captures me has been tough. I mean, I guess to be fair, I don't really give things many chance. I'm pretty stubborn. It doesn't hook me immediately or quickly. I can't. It's hard to stick with it. I guess I think of like people suggesting things and being like, yeah, read this. It gets good around chapter 4. And I'm like, that's cool. That's a lot. just commit to it for that long. For that long to get to what you would consider good. Makes me think of, you know, and they might be perfectly justified, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Makes me think of people who recommend shit like One Piece. It has like 1,200 episodes or 1,200 chapters or whatever it's on now. And I'm like, that's cool. I'm sure the lore is really good and deep, and you know, the characters are all very interesting and whatever. I will not be catching up with that. I will never. So I always try to read a book from the library. You're like it, still elsewhere. Yeah, I do want to do that too, because I don't know. Where I was born and raised and grew up and stuff, and oh, I've just realized the cat is out of my chair. I can actually use the entirety of my chair. Thank goodness. Where I grew up at, we had, I mean, there was a library, but to get to it, you had to drive like 20 minutes. So there was no feasible way to get to and from the library as a kid. And by the time I was like high school, university age, I just kind of didn't have that as a tendency. Oh my god! As soon as I scoot back, all right, hold on. There you go. Get back in your butt spot, cat. Jesus H. Okay, so we're making 10 of these per minute. Okay. I mean, allegedly 10 of those a minute, because it's gonna actually have to like fill out down the entire line there. I got a message from Pepe. Wants to play some Rivals later. But I would like to continue on Satisfactory, at least for now. Alright. Sorry. Sending messages. Okay, so yeah, this will eventually fill out. It's gonna take a while, but it could be worse. Actually, how much? It takes two sloops to double that, huh? And 2 sloops here. Interesting. Okay. That doesn't really do much for me, honestly. But worth considering. So with these that come out of here, they're going to go into storage, and then I think I need them for... Oops. For wreaths. Let's check. Yeah, Fixmas wreath. 6 per minute? Why you gotta be like that? 6? Really? Okay. Well, we need tree bits as well, which we're making all the way down here. So let's say... I think it's actually time to expand out this platform a touch. Okay, something like that. And we'll say, throw it out into assembler. someone who was 15 could have started reading One Piece and already have grandchildren by now. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of an extreme example for sure, but like, I don't know. There's people in my life who have read One Piece and recommend it, and who have started reading One Piece and recommend it. And I'm like, props to you. I hope it's very good. I won't be doing that. I won't be doing that. Partially because I kind of refuse to believe it gets good enough to justify that time investment. I don't really care what the content is. You can't tell me it's made it that many chapters and is still good. And it's still releasing. Yeah, exactly. It's just 1997. Yeah, I'm like, there's... You're not maintaining quality at that point, right? That's... no, I don't believe that. I don't believe it. But people swear by it. They're like, oh, it's so good. You just... You know, get to post time skip or whatever, and I'm like, there's time skips now. Get to this arc, get to the Scrungus arc. It gets really good around there. Aw. I don't think I will. But I feel the same way for like other books. Like if it doesn't just capture me from a relatively early point, it's not gonna happen. Alright. Fixmas Wreath. Good God. What have I done? We're making 2 of these a minute, if all else is full. Jesus. Every shonen jumping has times you have Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I know that's like the standard for it, but you know, that was a pretty common trope. Kind of still is, honestly. But you know, I'm just like I can't be bothered. you tell me it's 800 chapters in that it happens or whatever, and I'm just Trin catching water. It's the second water catch. The person recommends someone to read Naruto, but only if someone loves anime and reads manga. Yeah, I read manga like pretty sparingly. There's only like one that I keep up with, and that would be One Punch Man, because it is, I don't know, it's just fun. Some people scoff at it, but I think it's pretty solid for what it is. An anime, I tend to go and just binge watch. You know, whatever I have my eye on when it finally all comes out, I'll just go and binge watch it all and then call it good. So. But I have heard people recommend Naruto before, because it is like kind of one of the big 3, I think. Dragon Ball, Naruto, and One Piece. Or whatever. Or I guess like Bleach or some shit's in there too. Whatever. Point being, it's one of the like the big names. It's been around for ages. So a lot of people recommend it. And I have been tempted, but it seems like just enough like silly off the wall shonen fucking anime battle fun that it could almost get me. Cause I like a big dumb shonen. Okay, I watched, I think, all of Dragon Ball at one point. Or at least, oh, maybe not the OG series, but like GT and Super and stuff. So, didn't read it, though. I'm sure it's a whole different ballpark. Should I? This is probably more than enough snowballs. We're gonna get rid of this. Actually, is... we do have actual snow in there now. Okay, we get rid of this. All of this stuff is unnecessary now, I think. Okay, we have this making these ornament bundles, which I don't know if we really need anymore. Let's just... get rid of some of this stuff here, too. Okay. It is okay, it's 700 chapters and Boruto comes. It's fresh story with new main characters. Yeah, I saw Boruto being a thing, and it kind of felt like a bit of a meme. I'm gonna be honest, but some people rail on it. Some people seem to like it. So, but you know, not having read or watched any of the OG series, my investment is pretty limited. But who knows? A lot of big nerds call the big three: One Piece, Dragon Ball, and Bleach. Gotcha. Okay, that might be what I was getting that from. But the OG Dragon Ball, if you like funny Dragon Ball stuff, the funny showing and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I like just like big dumb flashy fights. You know, kind of not total nonsense, but you know, I don't much mind the you know, always being there's always a stronger enemy, and it just gets more and more ridiculous. And like into the series, there's just god fights happening, whatever. It's like I don't mind that trope too much. It's played out, but it's fun. You know? I will say my only gripe with it is I struggle to read it a little bit. But more so if it's happening too fast. It's got to be kind of like tastefully done, or at least well paced. And I think my biggest example and gripe of that is oh god, I can't remember its name now. Solo Leveling. If you've ever read Solo Leveling, I read most of it a while back, and have my gripes with it. If you was trying to, it's more goofy stuff, but Shippuden is more serious. Oh, okay. People really Naruto for filler. If you skip that, then it's fine. Yeah, I will say that's the one thing that has made, well, it's made One Piece less attractive, because I'm like, you know, I've seen so many segments where it's like played out, just filler BS. Like one episode is 15 like still shots of things happening, but not really happening. It's just, but then there's like actual efforts and projects towards trimming that down, which I appreciate. Like the fan base is big enough that they're like, yeah, the OG anime stuff kind of sucks for pacing, so we're just gonna fix it. And I'm like, okay, I can get on board with that. You might, you know, it doesn't really help with the reading material, but yeah. One Piece has only 79 filler episodes. Oh, right, but I mean like what's the project called? It's like One Pace or something like that. And they do like side by side comparisons, and it's stuff like a character winding up their arm to hit somebody, and like in the original animation, it takes like 3 minutes from the time they start winding up their arm, and like all the shots and people just saying stuff to fill the air. And it's like, yeah, this is a scene that's important, and like things are happening in the story over this episode, but you can just trim down 80% of it, and the whole scene becomes 23 seconds long or something like that. It's stuff like that, rather than like, you know, because I know like a traditional anime filler episode is, oh, they go to the beach or something, and you know, nothing much happens. But whenever I think of One Piece, I think more of the former rather than the latter. Where it's like, yeah, there's stuff going on in this episode, but it's just taking far longer than it ever needed to take. But I've read, or people have explained, that that's because the anime like came out as the original like source material is being written. I mean, it's still being written and produced, so there were just times where they had to pad it out a little. So they were still following it, and it's still pretty accurate. It just takes forever. So, but I appreciate efforts like that, and that does make it like slightly more attractive for viewing. But I'm not sure if there are similar efforts for other anime, but there really should be if there's not. But I mentioned before, I don't know if you've ever read or I guess watched Solo Leveling, because it's got its own anime now. But it's I think a brutal offender of the pacing just being really awful and scaling way too fast. To the point where it's like, I guess I don't mind the trope of like new, ranks or gods or whatever being introduced, and the power scaling sort of following that trend. But when it's like 10 episodes go by and you've gone from introducing somebody who's supposed to be essentially a demigod to them being sort of null and void, and the main character's just stronger than them now. It's stuff like that. I'm just like, okay, sure. I guess. Feels more like a circle jerk power fantasy than what I would want, but cool. But, I think Naruto tries good pace, but Naruto Shippuden dives in deep with the god level power stuff. There's like a lot of lore. Either super fast pacing or slow pacing. Yeah, I just want it to be somewhat consistent. I don't like being barraged with information and just overwhelmed, but I don't want to, I'm not looking for a slugfest. So, also, the Christmas Factory's mostly done. It's just kind of a waiting game at this point, so I'm going to work on rails, which rails are kind of boring, but it lets me chat more, so. It's kind of boring, but it needs to be done, so. Never heard of Solo Leveling, not the big anime fan except for a hand. Yeah, and that's totally fair. It's like one of the bigger. Oh god, there's like manhwas, but this was like a I forget. I don't know. It's. I'm not sure of all the different cultural differences between how they're written and whatnot, but I'm pretty sure it's Korean if I recall. I might be wrong on that, but whatever that one is. But it is very much like a shonen, kind of like a reincarnated style, but awakened power type of thing. I don't know. Good job, Trin. You caught your flight. You caught your bus and you caught your flight. You're on a roll. Alright, let's throw down the block signals. Just to do ourselves a slight favor here. Naruto Shippuden is good main character, learning his powers, not instantly learning them. Okay, unless it's a villain. Yeah. It's like I like to feel at least kind of a sense of progression within the main character. Beyond just, I have this new thing now. I have new power. Now I'm stronger. That I'm just like, alright. Sure, I don't, you can do it a little as a treat, I guess, but I don't want that to be all of the progression. Okay. Win with your flight, yeah. It'll make the flight faster. Nice. Also, I'm realizing the grid was not expanded this direction. Mildly concerning. Maybe that's task number 1 before we do rails then. Naruto does have reincarnation plots to explain this new generation ninjas have so much power. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind that too much. I mean, it's kind of a trope now with like the I was reincarnated as a vending machine and I you know fuck people up with my super OP can shooting ability. Some, you know, whatever bullshit, but it's a bit of a meme now. I understand, but I don't mind it too much. Also, is this not... Did I not trim this at all? Just straight off the edge, huh? That doesn't quite feel right to me, but alright. Because tastes on so well. Here it is. Yeah, that's mainly what I'm looking for. Also, Biotrin, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you hanging out. Reincarnated as a vending machine. I mean, that's only like slight hyperbole. I'm 90% sure there is I don't know if they made it into an anime or not, but there is some manga or manhwa or whatever that is essentially that. So take that for what it's worth. I do unfortunately recall that. Put reincarnated as a bling in my Mango website, see what it's all about. Yeah, no, please do. I mean, there's some good ones, don't get me wrong. There's some ones that I really enjoy. But it's a meme for a reason. If you don't mind like played out tropes and it being kind of hit or miss, either a diamond in the rough or a complete dookie, yeah, I would say take a look. Reincarnated as a sword. That one I vaguely recall being pretty decent. It does have that one has an anime, I will say. The anime I think was pretty good when I watched it. I don't know if they've made more of it since then, but yes, I do vaguely remember that one. Reincarnated as a dragon hatchling. Yeah. I think another favorite of mine is the ones that are like hyper specific too. They're like, I was a tax regulator in my old life and I got reincarnated as a genius prince to save the empire. It's like, what the fuck? What are you, huh? Reincarnated as a side character. How are you gonna get reincarnated as a side character? Side character in your own anime? in your own source material? Yeah, the reincarnated as a sword I remember being pretty good. I think there's one that's like reincarnated as a skeleton, which was fairly fun. Mainly because I just like the bit where he's like smoking a cigar. I don't know why skeletons doing things just like it just tickles me. It's just so stupid. He's like eating a decadent meal as a skeleton. It's just so dumb. I reincarnated as a white pig Nomo's daughter. Shoujo manga. What the fuck is that? What does that even mean? Oh my god. Time I got reincarnated as a slime? Yeah, people really like that one. That's another one that I'm have gripes with it just being far too much of a like the power scaling is damn near instant. Which I mean it makes sense in universe, and that's something I feel like I should clarify too. It making sense according to like the plot line or you know, having reasons in universe doesn't alleviate my frustration with it as like a from a storytelling standpoint. So son of innkeepers, reincarnated as a genius prodigy of a prestigious family. Yeah. Those ones I don't know about, but that's getting more into the territory that I was thinking of. I was reincarnated as a tax collector and whatever. Some bullshit. It's like, huh? Why is it so freaky specific? I will say, like, and I'm not actually, I mean, I mainly just watch stuff given my lack of interest reading. God damn it, I didn't have this on Blueprint. Oops. But I haven't watched it, like some of the newer stuff and the newer seasons. I remember ReZero being pretty good. It is like a reincarnation one. If you're interested in any of these, but it's got a pretty good twist. For because usually, I mean, the trope with these being, oh, I was reincarnated and now I have some power or status or whatever. You know, that has made my life better? Question mark. But ReZero has a fun take on it, I think. Or a little bit more nuanced take on it. I remember it being quite good, though. And then the other one was, and a lot of people are like, they kind of don't like it, which is fine. But Mushoku Tensei, I like well enough. But that is another reincarnated one. But the main character, that one's kind of a freak, which is why people don't like it. So it gets a little dicey at some points. I'll put it that way. Reincarnated as a side character in Mass Effect Alien stepmother's daughter's husband. Yeah, yeah, shit like that. Like the titles get to be like a paragraph long. I was a garbage man in my previous life and everybody looked down on me, but then I was reincarnated as a super rich noble of the kingdom's highest family. It's like, wow, what the fuck? Just, you can't just put the description as the title, you know? Just call it like, you know, garbage to riches or something. I don't know, just make up something. It can't be that hard. It doesn't have to be good, just don't make me read 10 lines to get through the title. Please. Wait, did I do that right? Not that I actually did. What I'm about to say is a real one. I got reincarnated as a maid and accidentally became the Dragon King's favorite cook. Clumsy housework and a master chef. Yeah, there you go. It's like, at what point do these stop being titles? Because that's not a title anymore. Just cut off like 95% of it, and you're good. You don't have to. But at this point, it's a staple. It's kind of expected. Oh my God, the cat's bugging out. Jesus, stop. Just lay down. Lay down. You've wiggled your way behind my butt. Now you gotta live with that. Japanese, my dad got reincarnated as a Filipino. That was real. Yeah. That's another case of like, I made fun of the one earlier being like, are you gonna be a side character in a story that's meant to be like you as the hero? How are you gonna make a side character? But that's kind of a new level. You don't even have powers or anything. That's I was born in the UK and then I died and reincarnated as an American. Whoa! What? It's like, huh? What am I reading about here? I guess it's like slice of life. People like that shit, but to each their own. I figure if I'm reading something and it's gonna be as fantastical as I reincarnated into another life, I want to read something where somebody's got some powers or something, or it's a fantasy world, you know. Don't send me from modern era to modern era, and now I'm a different nationality. Screwed, I was reincarnated as a girl in another world. Oh no. Reincarnated villainess and a single mother. Secured the love route. Yeah. And, I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand a lot of these are like bottom of the barrel, you know. You could probably open half of those and they would just be like dog shit. But there's some of them that are good. That's kind of a problem on its own. I don't want to have to sift through the shit. It's just such a saturated thing, though. Trying to think of what other reincarnated, you know, fantasy things that have been pretty good. I also don't like the trope of like, and I know this gets harped on a lot, but it's kind of rightfully so. The trope of, oh, I've been reincarnated, whatever, and then they go through it, and then all of a sudden they're like, you know, they're in a relationship with all the women of the series or whatever. They got like the harem formed. I'm like, ah, okay. Power fantasy I can at least swallow, but come on, man. Just give me the cool fighting shit. I don't need to. I don't care. I don't care about all the relationship girls. I don't need you to be the womanizer. Because some of them have genuinely, like, pretty fun or interesting lore. Because, I mean, I like, you know, D&D shit and fantasy stuff in general. I think is quite fun. But anything that I can, I don't know, that is just cool or different or I don't know, has a little bit more nuanced flavor to it. Awesome, I love it. But just feels so tainted by all these tropes. Like they have the most fucking awesome premise in the world, and then it just gets flubbed. It's like, oh, the world stopped turning, and half the world lives in shadow, and I fucked the shadow demons. I've got a harem of shadow demon women. I'm like, okay, had me in the first half, cool story, and then you went sideways with it. Oh my god, I just glanced back at the chat. Oh my god. Reincarnated as the lazy and villainous noble, I broke the scenario and became the most formidable with extraordinary magic. She was supposed to be reincarnated as a villainess. She's such a more doted on than the main character. Reincarnated as a little sister, death game among his murder mastermind and failed. Villainous. No, I don't even know what that is. Atomi game? Boys love me anyways. Reincarnated as a heroine, verge of bad ending, determined to fall in love. Holy shit. Now you're talking. I'm kind of at the point though where I'm like, I can almost just respect the ridiculousness. You know? And I guess to be fair, at least you know what you're getting. You know what you're getting out of the box. You know? This one's a heavy hitter right here. Alright, hit me with it. Square on the jaw, please. The reincarnated boy lives peacefully as an S-rank adventurer. I, a sage and hero in my previous lives, will live a simple life in my next. Wild. They double reincarnated his ass. Also, I feel like that has to be. I mean, one fantastic title. Let's be clear. But I feel like that has to be a more prominent one or a more recent one. Am I right about that? Is that like, not again? That'd be some. That would kind of actually be a cool concept. Is if like every time they died, they reincarnated, but they remembered all of it. That might have. Hold on. Let me jot that down. I gotta write my own now. Every single one's gonna go out past 4 years, and most 2 years. Okay, gotcha. That's kind of what I figured. Because I was gonna say that last one, that heavy hitter, sounds a lot like Frieren, if you're familiar with that, which I assume you are. It's like one of the biggest anime at the moment. Which, I mean, for good reason. It's ridiculously good. You haven't? Oh my god. Okay. I mean, it's not a reincarnation one, to be totally clear. It's not a reincarnation one at all, but it is a very, very good anime. Like, probably like best of the year, I would say. Essentially the premise being, yeah, there was a group that already grouped up and the Demon King is defeated. But the group mage was an elf and she just lives a ridiculously long time. And, you know, all of the pitfalls that come with that. And now it's, you know, 80 some odd years after the last death of the person in her party. And she's still she's there. Doing stuff, learning how to live. But it's a very fun take, I think. And extremely well executed and beautifully animated as well, I would say. Also, I'm realizing I placed all of these bridges wrong, so we're gonna have to redo a little bit of this. I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is. Okay. Let's do. Wait, am I doing this right? Oh yeah. Okay. I was reincarnated with OP invincibility, so it was an action adventure. Case of me a pro golfer being reincarnated as my little sister's putter. that one's kind of genius. A heavy hitter reincarnated. The overpowered mage starts a new life, breezing through a world 1,000 years into the future as the strongest mage. Yeah, a lot of them are like, and I appreciate like fantasy. Don't get me wrong. You know, you give me anything that's like in a fantasy setting, and I'm far more likely to be interested in it. But so many of them are, I've got magic. I'm the best sorcerer. I'm the best mage. My OP magic ability. I'm just like, alright. That's fine, I guess. I don't know. Branch out a little, guys. Can't be that hard, right? Reincarnated the sword saint, became a shorty prince to his former disciples. My former disciples to find out. That would be terrible. Oh, the other one. That's okay. That's what I was trying to think of. The other reincarnated one that I was gonna say was pretty good is Overlord. Overlord's pretty solid. It kind of has. If I had to put a gripe on it, and I'm going to, because I don't know why I can't help myself. It has the other pitfall that I don't really like, and that's when series start getting more attention and or more money, and they just start building out the cast a lot. The result of being reincarnated is having a master's relationship with a young love interest. It's the last one. I can't take more. Yeah, I don't blame you. They are brutal and plentiful. showing no sign of slowing down. I get why the reincarnated stuff is a trope, though. It was only on the 5th page. Yeah, there was probably like 100 pages, if I had to guess. I get why it's such a trope, though, like this day and age, for it to be like, oh, I was reincarnated. But what I think is inexcusable is just the slop of it. Just, yeah, okay, but why does it have to be reincarnated as my little sister's putter? You know, why do you have to be this way? I get the 100th version of, you know, I was hit by a truck and reincarnated as a great mage. But your deviation from the status quo of these styles of these works is reincarnated as your sister's putter. That's what you went with. It's like okay. give me a cool twist on the mage thing. I'll take that. It's usually not really that either. Sometimes you'll find one that does it in an interesting way, you know? Show me like I don't care if it's the 1000th one where somebody's a mage or a sorcerer or a magic system, you know, whatever. But just give me a cool magic system. Fill out that idea a little. But it's always like, I wave my hand and they blow up. Or, you know, if I steal their taint and eat it, I gain their power. Forever. That's my gripe with reincarnated as a slime. He just gains powers by eating things, and that's fine. That makes sense in world, but the power scaling just goes off the fucking rails so fast, as you would expect, given that. I was reincarnated as my sister's best friend's underwear. I don't know if that's a bit. I don't know if you saying that is like if you're actually referencing one, or if that's just one you've made up. I literally cannot tell. Oh god. I hope that's a fake one. I'm not gonna be surprised if it's not, though. It's fake, but probably one out there. Yeah, probably. I can almost guarantee there is. It might be in a different website, but it might be in a different category of work. But I bet it's out there. 100%. Oh god, I keep forgetting how many of these I take off the end here. I gotta go check again. I'm too caught up in the reincarnations. They're overwhelming me. Never mind, that was a bad idea. I'm sorry for your eyes. I'm unsurprised, but I am sorry for your eyes. Oh man. Jesus H. So anyways. Written works. I'm sorry for myself having a brain that allowed me to do that. Yeah, I feel that though. I feel that. It's like, it's one of those things you look back on and you're like, there's guardrails, or there should be. You know, my brain has systems to make me not do that. Or it should. But they weren't enforced. They were not present. That decision was made. They were unaware. God. But that's usually why I just wait it out. I can't keep up with any anime or manga or whatever. I can't do it anymore. So I'm like, if I start reading something, and it gets shit, or, you know, if it's only like 3 chapters, it's really good, or I don't know. Just like, I don't wanna. I'll wait till it's fully out. I'll see what people say. Get some reviews in. Then maybe I'll partake. I'm not gonna be the guy on the forefront reading I was reincarnated as a stone in my neighbor's flower bed, and this is what happened. I just can't. I can't do it. I'll leave that to somebody else. Somebody else who's far more dedicated at sifting through the garbage. Then I'll reap the rewards once they're done. So I'm realizing I'm trying to fly to something that is way too far. Wait, is it? Wait. Oh, I missed a beam somewhere in the middle. Oops. That's what's wrong. I was wondering why this looked weird. Shit. I was reincarnated as a pickle in my neighbor's backyard garden bed. Yeah, it's like some shit like that. And then like, I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe I could be on the forefront and catch that early. Or I could just wait 3 years or however long it runs for, and then somebody's gonna be like, oh man, the pickling arc is really good. You gotta get to chapter 87. The part where it gets brined. I'm like, okay, great. I'll pick it up then. Just somebody else do it. I can't. I gotta preserve whatever shred of sanity I've still got rattling around in my skull. Can't be spending it on that. I refuse. Oh man, the part in chapter 135 where he gets chopped up and put on a burger is... The fight with the knife is peak. Absolute cinema. Can't do it. Chapter 136, my sister ate me and I was stuck in her stomach. Yeah, and then like that's the wrap up, and the guy's like, check out my new work. I was dissolved in my sister's stomach and now I've reincarnated as a I don't know. As a pile of shit. A sentient pile of shit. It's the Circle of Life series. He's used to fertilize the next garden. Please. Please no more. Give me release. A sentient turd. Guarantee it's been done. I guarantee. It's probably not good, but I'm sure it's out there. Also, I say probably not good because I have to quantify it with that, or qualify it with that, because there's probably a few in the ones that you listed that even though I'm laughing at how ridiculous they are, they're probably really good. That's just the nature of the beast. Somebody's really bad at giving titles to things, but they probably got like a Shakespearean level work. It's like the best goddamn written thing you've ever seen in your life. And I'll never look at it. I'll never look at it until it inevitably gets made into a fucking anime. you say if someone said you should read I Reincarnated My Sister's Giant Turd? I would wonder what they had smoked that day, I think. I would start looking for the nearest hospital. And or insane asylum. Probably fleeing for my life as well. No, I would probably laugh in their fucking face. And then as they would just like as they were just staring at me being like, why are you laughing? I would have to pull it together and have a serious conversation with them after that. So it also depends on the person, because if it's just a stranger coming up to me and saying that, I think that's grounds for, like, never speaking to them ever again. If it's somebody I've known for a long time, I would reconsider the relationship, no matter what it is. Person would be your best friend. Not anymore, they wouldn't. I don't know, actually, that'd be kind of a funny thing to make fun of them for. I don't think I'd ever let them live that down. Even if it was really good, it wouldn't happen. If you're asking in the sense of like, is there a reality where you would read it? No. No, they could be the most trustworthy person on the face of the planet. I would not. I guarantee somebody's made it reincarnated as a pile of shit. Some media. I won't even say manga because it's probably kind of like a fanfic or something. God could come down and tell me to read it and I wouldn't. What if he was like shaped like a turd though? What if it was like a Mr. Hanky style situation? Like fecal Jesus? Do you think that would change your opinion on it? If he himself was shit? Considers a Rick and Morty episode. Yeah, yeah. That's a fair point. At what stage do you start to just question reality, you know? You're just like, clearly something is wrong. Like, time travel was invented and somebody just shifted a table. You know? Somebody just like stopped the fucking JFK assassination. And we just fucking moved past the point of no return. Just, I could feel it as it happened. With somebody asking me if I've seen the reincarnated as my sister's giant turd. that was the tip off. Start looking for like the camera. You're like, alright. Which prank show is it? Bring out the camera crew. Alright, let's throw it on a Explorer, because I can ride a little ways. Yeah, if Fecal Jesus came down, I might would consider reading it. At that point. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's a pretty tall order. I don't see it happening anytime soon. What did this even spring? What was the original topic we were on? I don't remember anymore. I need a refresher. Oh, God. This feels like it's been a journey. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'll have to look after. I was gonna say, I did, at one point, jot down some stuff that I was gonna look into. People had suggested things to read. Because I've had not quite the same vein of conversation as this. Not didn't descend into depravity, but it was, about my lack of will to read things and reading materials that may be good fits. So I should go take a look at that. Maybe maybe some of it'll hit. Luckily, it's nothing hyper specific. No reincarnations, if I recall. Alright. Kind of doing a little bit different take on my grid expansion here. And that is, I'm just building out the, tendrils of the grid. And connecting them all, and then I'll do all the pillars later. Because the way I see it, there's really no sense in building the pillar and then not building the sleeve on top of the pillar. So I'll just do all those in sort of one swoop, rather than building the pillar as I go and then having to go back and do the sleeve for everyone. Just seems counterintuitive. Damn, how have I got so many dimensional storages for concrete and this shit's still behind? The lovely desert. The area that I have spent collectively 20 minutes or so exploring. A lot of this shit's gonna be pretty fresh and new. Also, I see why people start here as a starting zone. Because it is kind of just better. Or maybe less annoying to build in is a better way to describe it. So peaceful. Oh, shit, I had a message I wanted to check as well. I heard a ping. Trin messaged me asking how I found her Steam profile. Tisk tisk. Yeah, that's another thing. I want to play, getting back on the topic of games from earlier. There's a lot of, like, story games and shit that I want to play. I want to go back and play, Terraria as well. I think that might be, maybe not the next game I play, but maybe the one after. So I think the next game might end up being, actually, no, it might be the next game. I don't know, I have to think about it. I'm not really at the point where I'm going to jump games yet, but I was also thinking about playing Stardew Valley. It's been a while since I played Stardew. There's been several updates. Space story games, even regular story games, yeah. I play Mass Effect. I like space a lot. Story games, I do like a fair bit, but it's gotta be like, I don't know. It just really needs to catch me, and I like games that are a bit more open ended. So the Mass Effect suggestion does. I think I will pick that up before the sale ends. I don't know when I'll play it, but it'll happen on stream at some point. But I don't feel like there's a ton of, I don't know. I don't feel like there's a ton of games that do space really well. Because I like a lot of, like, I mean, obviously I'm playing fucking Satisfactory. I like a lot of the technical aspects of games. You know, running the numbers and doing all the organizing and, you know, whatever. So getting into that kind of nitty-gritty is really fun for me. Which doesn't really tend to jive well with, you know, story-based games like that. But I don't feel like there's a lot of games that explore the more technical side of things, I guess, in a way that I enjoy. Like, I would love, I don't know, I think of like a No Man's Sky a little bit. Not that I've really watched a lot on that, and I've never played it, to be honest. But it feels like the closest thing or attempt to what I would maybe want. And even then, you know, I'm not sure what the story looks like, but I can guarantee it's not as expansive or varied as something like Mass Effect, so. Yes, Vikings explore so many planets. I mean, that sounds pretty sick. Starfield, but done right. I didn't play Starfield, but I saw the criticisms, I saw the hate, and Bethesda deserves it, I'm gonna be honest. And it's a little bit of a shame, but anybody who bought into Starfield and got burned by it, I don't know. I gotta say they kind of deserve it. Bethesda's been on the downslide for years, so based on that alone, I was already like, I'm gonna leave that one for a little bit, and I'm really glad I did. So, and this guy's very fun too. Like Mass Effect better, yeah. If you're more into story games, I can almost guarantee Mass Effect is gonna be the better of the two, and that's with knowing absolutely nothing on either game, pretty much. It's just you're not gonna be able to achieve the same depth of story in something like No Man's Sky, which is fine. I mean, it's a different game, but I like something with the for lack of a better term, something with the technical weight of like space engineers, where I've got to like think about how my ship is structured and build it like block by block. Maybe not so nitty gritty as building every single grid piece, but I want to be able to create something from the ground up and fly it off the planet into space. But I would like, I don't know, I would like a decent something. It's something like Space Engineers is just so empty. It's not really any NPCs, there's no like traders, there's no, give me something to do, That's No Man's Sky. See, people say that, but I don't know. It doesn't look as, sorry, I'm scratching my eyeball. It doesn't look as I want more nitty gritty to it. Just maybe not to quite the degree that Space Engineers has. I don't know if that makes sense at all. I feel like I'm kind of being kind of vague, but I've not really played No Man's Sky, but And that's, I'm sure, part of the problem. I'm kind of judging it without playing it. I'm sure it's probably got a sale going on right now, though. Let's take a look at it. I also don't really like the having other people in the game. You know, like having a what the fuck was the number of planets in that game? Like a quadrillion or some shit. Like, that's great and all, but I don't want to go to a planet and see somebody's shit there. Somebody's explored it, kind of thing. I don't even want the possibility of that happening. Just like, I just want to be in my own little world, doing my own little thing. And maybe this is like kind of against the grain though, but I still think it's going to be cool. And as much as I think it gets pushed way too hard for what it is right now, I am excited to see how things like these you know, more advanced large language models and AI, how they play out when it comes to gaming and creating these more like sort of developing worlds in games. I think that shit's so exciting. 'Cause I'm like, I don't want it to replace like real writers or anything like that. But it's gonna allow so much more room for living, breathing worlds that you don't necessarily have to be in an online environment to have. Did I misalign these? No, okay, they're good. But just something where I can, I don't know, pick it up. Maybe you're just on a random world. You have to scrap shit together, almost Minecraft style, to, you know, get the resources, build up a ship in whatever form and function that you want out of it. You know, fly off, find space stations and other inhabited planets. Maybe some good, some bad. The breadth of a game like that would be, I'm sure, immense, but it's probably why something doesn't quite scratch that itch yet. This. There's one more there, okay. Maybe one day, though. But I think that's also what attracts me to like role-playing, like tabletop role-playing games. Like Dungeons and Dragons or GURPS or whatever. Even though I've not really looked at much in that. I've certainly never played it, but conceptually I like it a lot. Just the open-endedness of anything can really happen. Just sucks because I would consider myself, oh, I mean, like reasonably creative, but feels like when it comes to developing things like that and being able to like think out worlds and truly make something feel like it's a real living thing, I feel like creatively stunted in those situations. So video games are a good crutch for that, I think. But it makes me dependent on them. But it is what it is. I'm sure one day we'll have games beyond my wildest imagination. No Man's Sky's a lot of what you're talking about. All right. I mean, yeah, I've had people mention that before, or you know, recommend it before, I guess, rather. So I guess maybe I'll have to take a look at it then. I also just feel like, at least from what I've read people talking about, is that there's like, it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of stuff to do per se. It's just, you know, go to a new planet, scan things, whatever. It doesn't feel like there's much depth from how people paint it, at least. I don't know. Don't say all the time, though, you don't push the gun on it. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Have to see. Is it so much to ask for something with the narrative depth of like Mass Effect or something like that, and but also the breadth of No Man's Sky, but also the freedom? Can't I just have all of the best parts of every game jammed into one, but also made to perfection? Is that really so much to ask? And at an affordable price point? That seems like a reasonable demand. Oops. Depends how you play the game. I suppose so. I feel like I'm also the kind of person that, it's hard for me to... I was gonna say it's hard for me to play by the rules, but I think that's the problem, is like, if a game doesn't have a reasonably like concrete set of rules to play by, I tend to struggle. Like, too much freedom is also kind of the same. It's almost the same problem, just, you know, on the other side of things. Okay, there we go. Only growing planets to scan, that's boring. You do a lot of missions, build bases, build ships, mine planets, fish, etc. Okay. Classic fishing, always the staple of every game. Every game needs a fishing. I get why. It's just such a funny thing. Can't think of a single game that doesn't have some kind of fishing mechanic. Made factions, game alliances, enemies. That's pretty cool, I guess. But it also, like, I don't know. I did fishing recently and it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, some games do it really well. But I also feel like, I don't know, for something like No Man's Sky, I mean, you talk about, like, you know, making factions and alliances and enemies and stuff, and, I mean, that's all, like, player-based, though, right? It's not, you know, there's not, like, I mean, even though the factions may have some NPC sort of basis to them, I assume most of those interactions are player to player, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah? Yeah, okay. And that's fine. I don't think that's a bad thing, to be totally clear. I don't know. I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, anything competitive with other people, or anything like, I don't know, just like, maybe. It's kind of a negative. Like, I gotta deal with people on the internet in some setting that involves a winner and a loser. Like, I wouldn't want to play that and join a faction and then have to deal with enemies of said faction, you know? Which is definitely more of a commentary on the temperament of the average online individual than the game itself, for sure, but still. Ugh. Game is multiple alien races. You have to exploit plants and knowledge stones to learn the languages they speak. Oh, okay. So huge, you'll be able to a lot of players. Yeah. I suppose not. I mean, and not to sound like I'm like poking holes in it or anything. I'm still gonna take a look at it, and I'm not like totally turned off on it. I know I can sound a bit negative when I'm, you know. I think No Man's Sky gets a little bit of a bad rap too, just because all like the launch stuff, but. I just feel like I'm a pretty picky individual when it comes to this sort of mental vision of what I want out of a game. I'm like, if I'm looking for something to fill that, I would be very specific for what it is. Cross-platform saves now too. You can play on Switch, PC, Xbox, PlayStation on the same save. That's really cool. I mean, I don't own any of the traditional consoles. I don't have an Xbox or a PlayStation. Used to be a PlayStation kid though. I had a PlayStation 2 and a 3, which PlayStation 2, GOAT console. I would love to go back and play some PlayStation 2 games at some point, maybe on stream. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Mrs. does have a Switch, so that is pretty cool. I've not gotten onto the bandwagon of like mobile gaming consoles like the Switch or Steam Deck or anything like that. So it could be a cool entry point. Because I'm not against it. I don't know. Just never really bothered. Shit. Man, we got like most of the map filled out here. Holy smokes. Yeah, so we just have like finish this up north, and then we just have this eastern line, and that's only really gonna go to like here, so not bad at all. Except for the first PlayStation, most ever got Xboxes. Yeah, I always thought Xbox was like, I thought it was really cool. A friend of mine through grade school had an Xbox and like all the Halo games and shit. And I have a few memories of being at like sleepovers at his house, and we would just stay up and play that. So I just thought it was cool for that. But I grew up on, I mean, my family had a PlayStation 1, but I started with like a GameCube. You know, that was like my first console. That was I would consider mine. And then PlayStation 2, I had like the portable slim version. I would take over to my grandparents all the time. Oh my god, those were like, I feel old all of a sudden. Those were the good old days. We would sit down and play on a TV that was like 8 inches across. not even joking. I think it was one of those old box TVs, but it was so goddamn small. It was like the size of a basketball. God. But PlayStation 2 was like the GOAT. Ratchet and Clank, Jack and Dexter. I think I played Jack 3, but GTA San Andreas. Destroy All Humans. Oh, which apparently is not like that well known of a game, but I would say probably a cult classic. I remember renting games from the fucking, like, it wasn't a family video, but it was like adjacent. adjacent to a family video. Had a PC and console, which was cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been on PC probably only maybe a year or two less than or a year or two more recently than first ever console. Like since I was 7 or 8 years old, pretty much. For better or for worse. It kind of depends who you ask, I guess. But yeah, I mean that became the dominant gaming platform for me, because I mean I had games on the PC, but the PlayStation was, you know, I could take it over to my grandparents, and the neighbor kid would come over and we'd sit and play, and you know, it was just a blast. So also I think my concrete has officially run dry. So I think we're gonna have to wait on doing any more of this. Shit, see, we're live. No worries, Pepe. That's totally fine, man. We've just been yakking, but it's been a lot of fun. The Satisfactory been? It's been alright. I've just been doing some odds and ends, kind of getting back into it. A lot of mindless building, because me and Podu have been just chatting. We're talking about ridiculous fucking manga names, hyper-specific reincarnated BS. Tren was in here earlier doing the fish command. We were talking about all the horrible things in my fishing pond. Talking about games and stuff now. So started on space games, things like that. But just in general. Just can't catch a break. Plays many games. Their brothers hog the systems. Yeah, that was my sister. I have a sister who's 6 years older than me. She really grew up in the middle of it, but she was the hellion child. I was the good kid. Also, I don't know why I'm not building like a explorer. I can drive this way faster. Oops. Yeah, she had like the first cell phone and would hog the computer. She'd be on AIM or whatever, the, you know, web chat, talking with her friends and playing The Sims and shit, like the OG, like Sims 1 or Roller Coaster Tycoon, the original Roller Coaster Tycoon. I remember watching her play that and playing that some myself. And criticizing her gameplay. So, but, you know, we would always butt heads because I wanted to play. And I didn't like watching her play because she sucked. She sucked at games. She was the kind of person who would always take out like the $10,000 loan on Roller Coaster Tycoon and just build a bunch of stuff, but not stuff that would like get the money back. So she would just end up in horrific debt and like lose the game every time. It was that level of gameplay. So. Brothers are good at games. Watch them play for a couple hours. Yeah. Yeah, I remember because my dad worked at oh god, where was it? He worked at IBM for a few years. And got really into games, and he did like computer setups for them. But you would talk about how they would do Unreal Tournament or Quake LAN parties at their office. And so he was really good at games at the time, but I would, like, if it was him playing and doing something, I'd watch, but my sister, I didn't, yeah, she didn't know shit. Especially being 6 years older, she didn't really have interest in learning how to use the computer or learning about the games. She just wanted to play them. I don't know if that makes sense, but it does in my head. But I remember watching my dad play like Quake or the OG Serious Sam games, which terrified me as a kid. But nevertheless. God, such a wave of nostalgia thinking about all that stuff. But yeah, I've been gaming for a long time. PC games have definitely become the dominant space for me. Although I wouldn't mind playing console games. Like I said, I'd love to go back and play some of the PS2 games, or maybe even some of the Xbox games or something. Probably I would probably emulate them. I'll say, even though I might be able to get my hands on like a PlayStation or something. There's a game shop fairly close to where I am now, which I think usually sells spare ones or busted up ones, so I could probably fix one up. Kitty chicken, quite the highway. Indeed it is. This highway, or the grid, as I've taken to calling it, or the cloud, alternatively. The intent of this thing is to siphon off every resource on the planet. So, at some point, these rails, I'm intending for them to be full of trains, and all of them just flowing into one central space, and have a monster of a factory doing something, creating odds and ends, whatever it is that the factories do. So, at later stages. So, that's wild, yeah. Yeah, somebody suggested a few streams back that once I finish this, this is Reddit post worthy. But I should once I finish this run and have all this and do everything I'm gonna do, get some pictures and stuff and make a post about it somewhere. I may end up doing that. And my headset isn't getting off, so if I stop chatting, that's fine. Hey, no worries, Podu. And if it's late for you, don't let me keep you up. But I appreciate you hanging out here regardless. So if you drop out and I don't see you, no worries. Wish you the best. Yeah. Should I post it and like ask a question and be like, why am I running out of iron? Just post a big top-down shot of the fucking enormity of this grid. Can anybody see where my iron line's broken? Christ. Yeah, how you doing, Giddy Chicken? It's been a while since I've seen you. I remember your name, though. I remember enjoying it before, so it left enough of an impression. I hope you're doing alright. You had good holidays and whatnot. Okay, these guys are totally... no, they're not backed up because they're not connected. Wait, what? Why is this not... Oh. Okay. Okay. I messed up this placement, something fierce. It's gotta be like that. Why did I do this? Fool I am. So we're gonna say middle is overflow, left is any. Damn, I wish I'd done this properly the first time, because this would have all built up by now. Right is any, middle is overflow. Moving skewer anymore. I mean, a lot of people who just see a place to answer questions and that's where they go with it. That's it. People who don't think any further than that. So, you know, mostly geriatrics and people under the age of 10, I would assume. if I had to take a stab at it. Okay, well, this is all hooked up now, so Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Why was it so loud? It startled me. Oh. Alright, I will stretch and hydrate. I don't know if those were allowed on stream, but oh my god. Look at my blood pressure shot up. Alright. I'll do the stretch first. Does a sip of milk tea qualify for the hydrate, or should I get some water? What are we thinking? if, if milk tea counts, I'll just take a sip of that. But I don't mind grabbing water if I need to. Chug a glass of water. Chug? Does it have to be chug? Can I drink it normally? Oh, God. Oh, I did need the stretch though. Oh, the milk tea. Chug the milk tea. Oh no, that's worse. I'll chug the water. Okay, I'll do the water. You don't have to tell me twice. I get it. You don't hydrate if you just. Wait, is that true? You have to. Do you have to like drown yourself to hydrate? What's the time frame for chugging the water? Does it have to all be chugged in like 10 seconds? Yes. Well, alright then. My mistake. Well, you know what? Actually, I do have water. I thought I had drank it all. Alright. I will. I'll do my best to chug it, and I'll probably get choked in the process. Hold on. 17-second time. Alright. Alright, look. How about I just go for it? How about that? You have to drink the water for 1 minute straight. I would need more water if that's. We need visuals. Oh my god. What are these demands? Make sure it's 10 seconds. Alright, hold on. Let's see. Can I just do a. Okay, here we go. Get more water for the one time. Minute sounds better. I cannot be drinking water for a minute. I will die. Alright, fine, hold on. I'm setting a Google timer. Thank goodness for Google. Alright, let me go grab more water. I sat here for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Alright. I get it. Let me go get more water. I've got a minute timer set up. I will put it on screen and I will drink. It's not gonna be gulps though, alright? Right, that's it. Okay, I'm going. Okay. Alright, I got the water. I have like a Stanley-esque cup. Or container, I should say. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Why do I let these things happen? Alright, here we go. Oh my god, this is so much water. It's so cold. Ugh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm getting a brain freeze. Shit's so cold. Ugh. Ugh. That was terrible. Never do that. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Honestly, the drinking part wasn't the worst. It's the brain freeze that I'm actively having. Oh. I'm so hydrated. I've never been more moist than I am right now. I'll talk for like 15 seconds there. Alright, look. You get what you get. Oh. How much of this did I drink? Yeah, like 2/3 of it. Oh my god. I feel waterlogged. Is that how you guys normally hydrate? Is that how that works? Because I don't believe it is. Is that the coldest water source? Yeah, I think I might. Usually get off there at 3 a.m. Oh yeah, go to bed, man. Jesus. Get out of here. Oh the hell. I mean, I appreciate you staying up. I hope me chugging water into the mic was worth it. Oh, it's like all over my beard and shit too. Drink from a glacier? Yeah, I wrangled one in from the North Pole. I had a buddy of mine, you know, haul it in. I keep it in my fridge. Worth all of it, thank God. Thank God. No, we just keep our fridge really cold. We keep our fridge really cold, and it's cold outside here. So you know, it's all here in town. I don't want anybody else getting my sweet glacier water. I had to keep it on the lowdown. It's pricey, man. I like already have to piss. It was immediate. My body took in all that water, and it's like, damn it. I'm gonna fight it off for a minute. I gotta let it build. What was I even doing in this game? Totally lost the thread. Oh. Good God. I'm gonna make a highlight of that later. Sometimes the thing in front of the AC of the fridge. It's freezing my fridge. Yeah, no, we get that too. We can't put eggs on the top shelf because they freeze and fucking break. They burst in the package. Because the vent's up like near the top of the back of the fridge, so it ruins any eggs that are out there. Oh God, I gotta burp. Oh, okay. I refuse to believe that anybody drinks water like that. I mean, I know it was a bit, but like, oh, oh. It's like it's questionably warm. I like your drinks near it. Sort of foodborne illness. Well, it's only on when the fridge is open, right? Like, surely that wouldn't be causing anything to like spawn and grow. I only drink like that. Okay. How many times a day? Riddle me that. That's not like an every hour thing. That's like you do that once a day and you're good. You're sorted. 10. Just chug like half a gallon of water in 1 minute 10 times a day. Ain't no way. I refuse to believe that. pretty sure that's more than like some small countries. You would have to drink a gallon a day. A gallon a day is understandable. What I just drank has to be like at least maybe like a half gallon or like a okay, maybe closer to a quarter, but I wouldn't do that more than like twice a day at most. And that's if I was really thirsty. Oh my god. Oh. I mean, it's probably good because I am like coming off the back of being sick. So oh, the water burps are intense. Oh my god. I can like feel it shifting through my organs. 50 ounces of less than half a gallon. I don't know what size this container is, but it's like longer than my forearm in height. Someone doesn't believe they got me in their water. Refuse a glass of water. Their home is frowned upon. Pretty crazy. That is crazy. Usually because I would refuse a glass of water on the premise that I don't know where the fuck people get their water from. I'm like, we have like a Brita filter. You know, some people are like, they'll just drink tap water, and that's fine. More power to them. I think tap water tastes like fucking ass, but, you know. Teach their own, you know, I'm not gonna be like, you no. Don't do that. They can do whatever they want. At the same time, you offer me a glass of tap water, and I'm probably not gonna take it. I'll just keep it real with you. I don't want your funky ass tap water. It's gonna be a pass for me. Bath water. Oh, they're like, yeah, take this water fresh from my foot bath. Just on tap. A day of sweat and toe jam built up. It's got a nice after tang. You'll really enjoy it. Detox foot bath. Size of your forearm and size of your feet may be a few centimeters different, mostly same. I have heard that before, yeah. I've done like the shoe comparison. And it feels ridiculous because you look at a shoe and you're like, this thing's enormous. But no. It actually lines up really well. Little known fact. Human body is kind of crazy with the proportions. I like the one where it's like the outer edges of your ears line up with your nipples vertically. So if you want to tell where somebody's nipple is, just look at the outer edge of their ear and follow it straight down. That's a real thing. Not made up. That's weird. I mean, but is it wrong? Eh? I mean, I think things like that are kind of fun. And you'll never forget it either. Just in case. You're gonna be sitting there one day, talking to someone that you would not want to know where their nipples are. And your brain will be like, hey, follow the edge of their ear. You want to know how I know that? Happens to me every day. Just can't help myself. Wonder if artists draw like that or not. Not the weird way like hentai. Thank you for clarifying. Not the weird way like hentai. You know, the normal way. Please. Have some decency. And yes, I will say with 100% certainty, because I'm if I recall, that's where I learned that. is in like an artistry class. Because there's like all like the head shape ones, but then they did like torso ones too. So the nipples lining up with the ears, but then there's also like for your head, like your eye, the eyes are in the middle of the head, and then the mouth is like halfway between the eyes and the chin or something like that. It's like there's like a whole set of measurements that you can do to make everything look proportional, and it's right like 99% of the time or something. I mean, obviously people are freaks, so you're gonna get some variance, but there's like a whole set of proportional guidelines that most people fall under. So, oh my god, my stomach is like rolling. I don't know if it's picking up on the mic, but oh, it's like you ever get a pot of water and pour it down your sink real quick to clear a clog? That's what's happening in my guts right now. I got bubble guts. It's never had so much water. I've never been so hydrated. It's never happened. Usually it's like a trickle in, but not today. Oh. I've totally lost the thread of what I was doing. Yeah, grid. Grid stuff. Sky grid. Right. You're probably dehydrated. I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm probably dehydrated a lot of the time. I don't know if I was now. I've been drinking pretty consistently. At least, well, I mean, milk tea. That counts. People say you get dehydrated from non-water things, but if your skin turns blue, go to the hospital. What does that mean? Hold on. Why would my skin turn blue? That doesn't feel like a thing. Isn't that like silver poisoning? Chaos over here. Yeah, that's kind of the standard, I think. I don't know if I'd want to stream if it wasn't a little chaotic. Oh god, I gotta burp again. Oh my god. Just it starts to sneak out. I start talking and it just bubbles forth. Oh. Good god. Also, we might have to ramp up the production here. Concrete's getting kind of lacking. Yeah, well, we gotta clarify the blue skin thing. I don't want to deviate too hard from that. What's the deal? I got a good day. I drink like 3 gallons of water. I'm probably taking care of myself. It hasn't been the case often as it should. Pale looking skin. I'm always pale. I might be the palest human being in existence. I'm like if you saw me in a dark room, you'd think there was a ghost. It's awful. I'm like way up on the vitamin D supplements. I gotta be. It's like a sickly Victorian child, or maybe some eldritch entity. I don't know. Let's see, 600 pounds. You're overhydrating. Yeah, 3 gallons is a lot. 3 gallons is an insane amount of water to be consuming. I don't care. Well, unless you're like doing like a physical job for 8 hours a day or something. But the average person does not need that. Guarantee it. You're like washing out all your vitamins and stuff. Doing that, I think. Your sodium. Couldn't be me. Alright, let's see. Jesus Christ. 1 gallon of water should be the most normal person drinks a day. Yeah, I mean, even 1 gallon, if you're like mostly, at a desk or whatever, even 1 gallon's probably a lot. Let's be real. Like if you want to make sure you're hitting your quota and being somewhat healthy, probably good, but you drink like half a gallon, you're not gonna keel over. It's a whole body weight ratio. Yeah. I mean, people say that, but and I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just like I don't know, but if you're not like thirsty, should you try to force drinking water, you know? My body will figure it out. I'll drink if I'm thirsty, and if I'm not, then so be it. I get a little dehydrated, it's fine. I'm not trying to say 600-pound people aren't normal, but I mean, I don't see 600-pound people every day on the street. I'm gonna go out on a limb, and, you know, maybe this is against the grain. 600-pound people aren't normal. I'm just throwing it out there. That's not a normal... It's not a normal weight to be. And I don't care if it's in either direction. I don't care if you're, like, world's strongest man, or, you know, if you're just blubber. That's not, you know, that's not the average normal weight. That's abnormal. Unless your body's messed up. Parasites mess with everything. You know, I always wonder if I've got parasites in me. I don't know if that's like maybe that's a medical condition. Not the having parasites, but the thinking you have parasites. I'm just always like, I could see there being a revelation one day where they're like, yeah, you're like fucking chock full of worms or something. You're fucking brimming with bugs. I need a parasite in me. I feel that. Please. Just for a little bit. Wasn't that a thing? Didn't people do that at one point? Like, I'm not talking like ancient history, like fucking leeches on the skin type of shit. I mean like the last 15, 20 years. Wasn't that like a controlled parasite type of deal people would do? Where you like intentionally have a parasite for a while so it sucks some of your nutrients away. It's kind of like how people get like the stomach restrictor. Put tapeworms inside of them to lose. Yeah, that. There you go. Why was that a thing? I mean, I get why, but why? That's so horrific. Oh. Recommended water intake for average man is 100 ounces and 270 pounds. As I'm active, taking care of myself. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna fucking die from drinking 3 gallons of water, and maybe that is like an acceptable amount, but I think I would be pissing so much if I drank 3 gallons of water. Hell, if I drink 2 gallons of water, even one gallon's pushing it for me. I'm gonna keep it real. I don't drink that much water. But I'm like, 3 gallons sounds like an insane amount. 2 gallons like a normal day for me. Well, fucking kudos to you then, because I couldn't do it. I would it would dilute me too much. I would flow out of my seat and return to the earth. Don't drink anything else. Now that is an achievement. I will, you know, no holds barred. That is impressive. So I'm always drinking like seltzers, or, you know, I'll drink like a soda, which I know is like, people are like, don't drink sodas. I get that. I really shouldn't be, but I do. So it's hard as fuck to break that habit. I'll tell you that. So big kudos for not drinking them. Instead of putting parasites in you, people inject chemicals inside them to lose weight. Yeah, I mean, I think anything that's like, take this, do this to lose weight specifically, instantaneously like suspicious, and you probably shouldn't be doing it. Ozempic cough. I thought that was a meme. Wait, is that a thing? Isn't that? I heard that was like a fucking, oh god, hold on, the name's, it's lost on me. Hold on. I heard that was a diabetes drug. There we go. This is for like diabetics and stuff to help control their shit. Is that really like a weight loss thing people are doing now? I just feel like diabetic people have it hard enough. They'll be taking their meds. They'll be taking their meds for something like weight loss. Who would you take to lose weight, but it's expensive? Yeah. I mean, as it kind of should be, but also, they really shouldn't be doing that at all. What the fuck, guys? I mean, I kind of think of it like, and not that I'm, you know, I'm not the lightest person. And I don't feel like I do a great job of controlling, like, my weight and what I eat. I'll just be real. But I'm just like, it's not, I don't feel like weight loss, it's not some, like, grand equation. Just don't eat so much and work out. You know? Calories in, calories out kind of shit. The reason I can't do it is because of my willpower. Just like, I'm not gonna... I guess my mentality being that doesn't resolve the underlying problem for me. I can appreciate wanting an easy solution, but it doesn't really fix the problem, you know? The increase of taking it to lose weight, making the price higher for people who need to live. Yeah, and that's fucked up too. It's like there are people who have genuine, you know, medical disabilities who need this stuff. You need the stuff to continue living. And for you, it's just like a quality of life thing. Maybe that's a hot take, but when you fast food all day, every day, drink soda, and I lose 10 pounds a week, yeah. I get the feeling that is probably the main group of people who would seek out Ozempic as a weight loss solution. It's probably like their key audience, key demographic. Tisk. But I mean, you know, on one hand I'm like, that's shitty and shouldn't be happening. On the other hand, I'm like, that's people. You know. Again, if everybody wants a quick, easy solution. I would love if there was a way that I could just be like, I'll eat whatever I want and not have to worry about it. But I also know that, like, yeah, one, that's not meant for me. It's not a drug meant for me. And two, you know, I don't know what the fuck that's doing in my body excess to what's already happening. Because you know shit like that's, like, probably not the first option for people, even in the situations that they need it. Like, you know, diabetic person, they're not getting that just right off the bat. That's like a, yeah, you need to lose weight or you're going to have more problems with diabetes than whatever this is going to be doing to you. So no, I'm not fixing to take it on a whim just because I'm like, meh, losing the weight is hard. I don't wanna. Maybe that's a dick take, but people on YouTube saying it's possible. Fucking typical people on YouTube. I've had for some reason my ass is out here thinking in half gallons. I just sounded insane. I drink 2 on a high day. 6 counts is pretty crazy. Yeah, okay, that makes a bit of a difference. 3 gallons a day. Bro's chugging. I don't know if you heard me sucking down water a minute ago, Pepe, but I was egged on to drink water constantly for 1 minute and just chug it. Went about as well as you might would think, but hydrated home, the most hydrated I've ever been in my life. God damn. Oh, I do have to fucking piss like a fiend now, though. Like, just straight through me. Which I may end up going and doing here in just a second, but I'm gonna finish up this little intersection here first, and see where we stand. Also, I was thinking, this is just a massive deviation, so I apologize. I was thinking, because I've been trying to do some stream and, like, you know, content improvements and changes and stuff, more recently. Just, you know, new year, new me, something to that effect. So I started, like, the main channel stuff, which I've not really, like, done a crazy amount with, but I'm thinking about changing the stream layout a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be anything super significant. I kind of like the sort of simple. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Not again. No. No. Not like this. No, 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 no. Alright, well, I'll take the sip. Hold on. Oh. Oh my god. I mean, I guess compared to earlier, it was pretty acceptable. How you doing, Emma, by the way? Thank you for the hydrate redeem. I was getting a little thirsty again, so glad somebody did it. Drinking too much water could lead to seizures, coma, and stuff like that. Yeah, I know water poisoning is like a thing. Most famous. Don't threaten me with a good time. Oh my god. Please no. Yeah, famously or most recently, that story of the lady like trying to win the Wii or whatever on that radio show. Which I don't know if you guys have heard of or not, but which is pretty horrific. Basically, it was a hold your Wii for a Wii challenge or something like that. And all the participants had to drink like X glasses of water and hold their piss for as long as they could. And then the lady who actually did it for the longest ended up dying like a couple hours after it ended or something like that because she had drank too much water and then retained it for too long. Some shit like that. Get a couple gallons. No, 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 no. Don't do it. Well, I will say I don't know how somebody would even consume like a gallon of water in one sitting. I feel like you would fucking vomit first, just getting flooded. I mean, I know there's people who can do it, but freaks in nature, I would say. Also overwork your kidneys and also swell your brain cells. My brain cells can use a little swelling. I'm gonna be honest with you. They could stand to be a little larger. There's room in there, I promise. I got plenty of space. I can tell. I can see the sky bridge. Yeah, that's the first indicator. I'm hoping like 5 years down the line, this save can be used for like some sort of psychiatric study, maybe. Like, here we have patient 0. No pun intended on my name. Clearly this person is experiencing some level of insanity and mental deficiency for the horrible constructs that they have made. There is no other explanation. Let's study this. I can't wait to be a key component of someone's thesis. Nice. Okay. Now we build all the way back up. Hopefully when Earth goes green in 2400, they discover your computer in a landfill and recover your Satisfactory save and analyze it. Yeah, we gotta get somebody on this. We need the top scientists to understand why I'm doing this. What sort of freak behavior this is. Hopefully soon as well. You Walt Disney on its stat. What would the Disney film be called for this? Because if Walt Disney's on it, guarantee it's not to analyze it and prevent the future. It's gonna be 100% for the next animated film. Wall-E 2. Also, sort of fucked up here because I'm gonna have to redo this. To rip this thing up. Alright. Oh my god, I have to piss so bad. Oh no. Steamboat concentric. Instead of it being like a hand-drawn fucking mouse driving a steamboat, it's just gonna be some sort of hyper fucking defined version of me recreated with whatever advanced freak AI they've got at the time. That's 2400. Exactly, yeah. Be whistling some sort of alien tune. Kind of looking forward to it, though, to be honest. Although, what if it's like a Soma situation? You ever played that game? Ever seen that game? I'm just gonna like fucking pass out one day and oh shit. Ow. Oh. I almost died. Jesus. Instead of AI, we didn't enslave an alien race. Naturally. That'd be 2700. Well, I hope whoever, whichever Glorpian from fucking 2700 plays me tastefully in the film. Whoever is the voice actor for the new Disney film in 2700. I want to see the casting for that movie. Fuck me. He's like, I've got to chug how much water for that scene? I've got to do what to a radiator? Oh, Podu, I don't know. You know, I guess you're not up to date on the lore. Hold on. It's gonna come up eventually, so I'm just gonna get ahead of it. One sec. You are the water in that scene. Yeah, I've returned to my cameo. All right, there you go. There's some lore for you. Natural chugger, anyways. Thanks, Emma. I always knew I was. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Also, how you doing, Viernan? What's up, my man? We've been having some interesting conversations. Doing okay? Nice. I'm glad to hear it. Been having fun with the affiliate stuff? Usually Harlan. Happens. I was like, what? Like, is that like a turn of phrase I've never heard before? 8-minute clip. It's worth it. Podu. That might be the funniest segment that either me or Pepe has ever created. It's genuinely, I think, one of the most insane things. 100% worth it. For tomorrow? Fair enough. Understandable. 3:30 a.m. To be fair though, you did say you were going to bed. And you haven't yet. Not to say that like you should, but I don't want to be that guy. You mostly lurkers in, yeah, and that's gonna be a lot of the people you get in. Honestly, I still get probably mostly lurkers, but every so often, you get the more active chat. Like today's been a very active day. It's been really fun. Mostly thanks to Podu here, who I haven't seen in a while, but it's been nice having somebody to go back and forth with. I'm a lurker. Not today you aren't, but I appreciate it. We've really had some interesting conversations, I will say. It's been fun. It makes the time go by much faster. That is good, yeah. But, that's kind of why you just kind of have to ride it out, I guess. At least that's my philosophy. I'm like, if I play and nobody chats or nobody even shows up, whatevs. But I'll get that day or two. A couple people in, Just go on and on about whatever's on my mind and sort of let things flow. Those are the good days. But I mean, aside from that, Viernan, have you, I've not checked, have you done, like, any emote stuff, anything like that quite yet? Or have you, just been taking your time? I died and reincarnated into a random Twitch streamer's Jad. Oh god, I really don't know if it's a bit anymore. I could see somebody making that shit. Just have that one. Oh, that's pretty cute, though. I like the little alien-looking fellow there. Oh my god, I can't. There we go. These little nubs are the worst thing to select. Please. There we go. It is awesome looking. Heck yeah. Yeah, I mean that's... it might only be one, but it's a pretty good looking one. And honestly, quality over quantity. I'll tell you that. I cobbled together some emotes for my first little while, and they were fine, but, I wish I had just sort of taken my time with it and done like one or two at a time. You rolled them out quite slowly. But I guess it wouldn't be me if I didn't get stuck on it and then eventually squeeze out a bunch of emotes all at once. It's kind of my whole MO. And to gravitate towards big shifts in progress. Just can't help myself. Okay, we're all wired up. Let's run the tube. Back up we go. Although honestly, I do need to work on more emotes, and I'm thinking about redoing the ones I have. Just because, I mean, I like them, but I feel like I need to go with something simpler. Like a little bit more, I don't know. That's the word I'm looking for. Not monochrome, but like more sort of basic with the colors. Also, okay, wait, that's hooked up. I need to, oh, Jesus Christ. I need to run this inside. So we're gonna get rid of that. Yeah, your volume playthrough, point to that. Yeah, the volume playthrough was a good example of that. Honestly, this playthrough is too. This one's turning into a bit of a monster. And I'm not sure if I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. But it's still pretty fun, I would say, so. We're just gonna keep on keeping on until I can't anymore. So. Yeah, I see one of your factories turn on. I won't be a lurker. To be fair, you saw one turn on today. I guess that's why you're not lurking today, huh? Okay, that checks out. Never mind. Carry on. I think something like this. Okay. Wait. I misplaced it. Have I heard of Planet Crafter? I have heard of it. I've not looked at anything about it though. So why is this stuck here? Oh, that's why. So if you're recommending it, if it's good, you know, let me know. Take a look at it. So I need to get back into Satisfactory. Yeah, it's Satisfactory is. How do I put this? I like it. It's a really well-made game. It has a lot of cool stuff in it, but I find it annoying to play. In a way. I mean, I still get enjoyment out of like doing, you know, just tasks in it. And making all this stuff has been pretty fun, and I've been able to just chat and do whatever, and you know, it's all kind of coming together. There's an overarching goal and want to play it, but doing like the nitty-gritty like little things is for some reason in Satisfactory specifically very frustrating to me. And I don't know, I have theories as to why, but ultimately it's just like, I don't know. It can put me off, or it has in the past, where I've tried to get into it and failed because of that. So because it feels like a tedium to do everything. So I don't know if that makes sense, but you know. Planet Crafters like Subnautica, but you terraform Mars into an Earth-like planet. Interesting. You're coming out with a space-style Subnautica game. Playing Satisfactory by during update 5. Yeah, I think that's probably around where I started playing. It was several years ago at this point. I don't remember exactly, but I never like beat it. I never got that far into it. I maybe got to phase 2, like the start of phase 2, and I would just burn out every time. So this is the furthest I've gotten in this game by a country mile. So, but it's been pretty cool. It's just, you know, like I said, it's its own beast. So, also is this? Oh my god, I forgot how long this conveyor is. Jesus, but the complexity is just. It's a lot. It feels worse than other factory games somehow when it comes to just how complex things get. I get that's the main draw for a lot of people. It's just, I don't know. It takes some getting used to. I'll put it that way. Subnautica 2 will be multiplayer. I have heard that before, yeah. I know there's also, like, isn't there a multiplayer mod for Subnautica 1? If I recall. And I know they had, like, Below Zero and stuff, but I guess that's not multiplayer. But, yeah, but it's terrible. Fair enough. Understandable. I would love to go back and play Subnautica, just for the novelty of it. It's been a while since I've touched it at all. I did beat the game, but you know, I still think it's a fun game to putz around in, and it's been long enough. I feel like I don't remember many of the zones very well. But then I heard it is Subnautica Sub-Zero, right? Below Zero? So no, Sub-Zero is Mortal Kombat. It's a Mortal Kombat character. Hold on. Subnautica Below Zero, right? Which one is it? Help me out. Help me out here. I'm gonna say it's below 0. I've not played that one, but I've heard people have like mixed reviews on it. But this Subnautica 2 being like space style is Sub-Zero. No, wait, that is the okay. All right. I think they get like a copyright flag from that. Astromedica isn't really acting like Subnautica, but in space. Subnautica Sub-Zero, gotcha. Below 0? Okay, I'm gonna look it up now. I'm confused. Hold on. It is below 0. Son of a bitch. I was like, no way it's called Sub-Zero. No way. I was like, if you're saying it is, I'll believe you, but something's telling me. No, it's Sub-Zero. Oh, sure. I looked it up. You can't fool me anymore. I know your game. Tricky. Well, anyways, I heard people. It's 90% of it. People just like to complain. Gotcha. I mean that's people though. I guess I should expect that. But yeah, it is Pelosi. He's just pulling our legs, Mirren. At least I hope he's just pulling our legs. I'm sure he can see it as well. Yeah, I would like to pick that up and play it. I think as well because obviously I'm a pretty big fan of the first game. And then yeah, Subnautica 2. I'm not sure if there's any sort of release date or any information on that yet, but it could be pretty. All right, Podu. Sure. This guy. Subnautica Sub-Zero. Subnautica Sub 2. Subnautica 2 Sub 2-0. Subnautica 3 Tokyo Drift. Please. I can only get so erect. Alright, I flew all the way over here just to fly back. I don't know what I'm doing. Subnautica 2 comes out 2025 early access. Gotcha. Interesting. Like, I don't know. I guess it's fine to do early access. I'm like, they kind of had the success now, right? Can't they just release a game? No, maybe not. Oh well. I mean, they've already had some good success. I don't think it's gonna be a bad game, and I'm not too worried about it. But I feel like early access at that point is a little. Subnautica was, yeah, I know Subnautica was, but like, I mean, they went through the early access, and now it's like full release, and it's a solid ass game. So I'm just like, you kind of had, for all intents and purposes, I would say a hit. You know, I guess I think of early access as like a get your footing kind of thing, but I mean, I don't know. I don't do game dev, so I mean, maybe that's totally fair. And again, kind of a moot criticism considering they already proved themselves. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think there's anything untoward about it. Anything suspicious. So a small company, like 100 employees. I guess that's a pretty small company. I suppose. Didn't like, I don't know, I think of, not that, I mean, not that like they're the shining example of game development or anything, but I think of something like, didn't Skyrim only have like 400 people working on it? You think of the breadth of that game. It's kind of like, I don't know. I'm just nitpicking. I'm playing devil's advocate. Snoop's ready when I build the game. Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be really good. And if that's what they're gonna do, then that's what they're gonna do. and I'll probably still look at it, and I may end up getting it. But I will yank their chain just a little bit. Because I must. Because I gotta be that guy. Hater. Maybe. Maybe a little. Maybe I just like bullying. Just a little bit. I conceded. I concede that it'll be good. I'm not too much of a hater, right? Can't take this hater energy where I'm getting out of here. This guy has bad opinions. Kill him. Look, if we sat through the water drinking and gulping and all of my other like cum talk and shit, I mean, if that's what makes somebody leave, so be it. Right now you're tired? Yeah, go get some rest, man. Jesus H, it's almost 4 a.m. Get out of here. It's like not even 1 for me. I'm probably gonna wrap up stream here in just a few minutes anyways. I've been going almost 5 hours. Oh, 4.5, thereabouts, but 5 hours of sleep only. Go, shoo. Get out of here. I'm gonna ban you from watching. Don't make me do it. I'll do it if I must. No, man, I appreciate hanging around, Podu. It's good having somebody to chat with. Hope to see you again soon, but get some rest. You can't ban me, I'll make an all. Dedicated. I'll ban that one too. IP ban you. Quarter to 1 for you? Yeah, I'm on the same time frame. Over here up in the Pacific Northwest, so I still got plenty of night left. Although that said, I've been going to sleep early, and I gotta pick the missus up from the airport, so I can't stay up too late anyways, even if I want to. Normal streaming schedule now? I wouldn't say normal. Probably more within the realm of normalcy. I tell you I am, Pofu123. Won't be on your radar. Oh, wait. Alright, he's leaked the alt name. Get him. Ban that one too real quick. No. I won't ban you, but do get out of here. Go to sleep. You said you're going to sleep like 30 minutes ago. Like 45 minutes ago now. Go, shoot. I appreciate you, but get some rest. Take care of yourself. There will be more streams. There'll be more times to chat. And if time is a problem, I will stream earlier or something. We're going to leave the ONW this year? PNW? I imagine. Yeah, I feel you. PNW. There you go. Yeah, I feel that. Any specific reason, or is it just like, can't be bothered anymore? Because my immediate thought is shit's too expensive, and I fucking totally sympathize with that. It's brutal. I'm leaving now. Good. Get out of here, Podu. Have a good night, man. I will see you some other time. Yeah, pricing and living prices up here, awful. Honestly, I've kind of trying to float the idea to the missus here and there. And it's getting bad. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I won't say expensive high crime rate. Yeah, no, I've been hearing the same. I won't tell you where I'm at, but you know, probably stone's throw thereabout from where you are. But it's borderline unlivable at times. So, and I'm sure it's probably only getting worse in the next year or two, which is extremely concerning. But we'll see. I mean, I was born and raised not quite on the East Coast, but like eastern state, and it is a far cry in terms of like pricing and culture and things like that. Which, you know, culture I can take it or leave it. I don't really care that much, but holy shit, it's just so expensive here. You see streaming the next week? Well, I'm intending on streaming every day or just about every day. I'm back on the grind, so I'm trying to make New Year's resolutions and follow through. So, I think 32 an hour at work. Need a roommate as long as Aquila. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was feel that. Luckily where we're at right now, rent is not horrible. There's definitely, I think just about every other location around us is worse. So, but it just really sucks because we are kind of stuck in that renting situation, which, you know, what the fuck do you do? Yeah, let me just drop 300K on a down payment for a house and pay 2,500 a month in mortgage. I mean, which is, you know, I say that in like half in jest, but it's like that is probably the most financially responsible move, but holy fucking shit, you know, how do you realistically do that? But it is probably genuinely the best strategy. It just sucks that it's so unattainable. Moved to Ohio, crime rate 2.4 for every 1,000 people. Yeah, but like on the alternative, I'm like, what's in Ohio? What they got doing? What do they got over there? Oh, you know, like that's one of the things that I don't miss from back home is that there's fucking nothing happening. It's like there's no. I mean, even the food is like half as good as what you get here. It's just, you know, kind of nice that it doesn't cost an arm and a leg. Shit. Okay, let's run the power line from this side. So in a 4-bed, 2-bath, average 350K. Jesus. That is, I mean, that's not bad at all. Holy shit. It's like a mansion here. Oh my god. I don't know, maybe I could go to Ohio. Maybe Ohio's not so bad, now that I'm thinking about it. No. Hot take with the no. From Honkers U alumnus. Microsoft moved into Columbus this year. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely gonna perk things up, but I mean, what happens when it just becomes the same situation, you know? What is there to be done? Feels like there's a far be it from me, who's somebody who has absolutely no sort of analytical grasp of the situation. Kind of feels like there's a systemic problem. No, where just every place becomes unlivable. How's that not leading to a collapse? Some inevitable collapse. Like a foundational just crumbling. Same as Uline to start at 27 at Uline? Yeah. Well, you have to, pretty much. It's not even, like, close to worth it for anything less. I mean, take cost of living into account, and it's like, I don't know, like, when I worked in tech, it was just, it's like I was making decent money, but it just fucking drove me nuts. It wasn't worth the strain. It just caused me to deteriorate so fast trying to force it. My girlfriend lives in Ohio. One of my girlfriends lives in Ohio. That's why I like Ohio. Not because she's there. I see. It's good schools, low cost of living, better crime. Yeah. I just feel like, and you know, I'm not saying that like moving there is a bad idea or anything, but it just feels like it feels like this is a thing that like people always talk about, right? Where it's like, okay, you know, cost of living here is high, like crime is getting worse, so on and so forth. You know, you've got all these problems that are kind of piling up just as a result of a place gaining sort of population and this like tech demographic or whatever you want to call it. And then there's this like exodus of people who are now leaving that place to go somewhere else. But then it just starts kind of becoming a problem there too, no? Like how does it, I guess how do we break this cycle? Because I feel like that's like this style of conversation is something I hear a lot, right? People moving off to these different places, kind of in the middle of nowhere, because you know it's just they have better living conditions. You say that when I first met, yeah. Well, it's the reason for a lot of changes in my life, so just like I don't know, try to take it into account a lot. It's definitely been the driving force behind a lot of my life developments. So, for better or for worse, that job. It can, yeah. That's just what I worry about. I mean, again, not to say it's like a bad idea for people to move there. That's, you know, I just sort of wonder to the efficacy of that as like a solution from like a more societal point of view. Like, is there just some fundamental thing? Is this just always going to happen? Kick the can down the road till you die. The next generation will do the same thing. Maybe that's too idealistic or something. I don't know. Okay. Keep taxes down. I just feel like I mean, the more people you get, the more infrastructure you need, right? It's just par for the course. Oh, shit. And it's not like a 1-to-1 either. You can't just keep rates the same and then have the more people part take care of it. What am I looking for? Here we go. I should also say, this is totally from like a layman's point of view. I could very well not know what the fuck I'm talking about, so... That's my grain of salt. Yeah. I meant to have my jetpack on. Okay. Longitude political pendulum, yeah. It's I don't know, it feels like a real shame that there can't be more I guess understanding. And I don't say that as a commentary on any particular one thing, but it just feels like there's such a rift between, you know, like economic and social policies. It's just a real shame. Because it does tend to be this sort of pendulum effect where one party gets in and they shift things hard one way because guarantee they're probably going to be just totally swapped out and replaced in, you know, 5, 10, 20 years, whatever. And of course, some places you have a more stable footing for one political side, and you can kind of judge with a little bit better accuracy whether or not those policies are effective, and, you know. But the places where it shifts back and forth, kind of just stuck. I mean, you could even make the argument that it's the same deal for the federal government. Why they're so inefficient at times. I say at times, just all the time in general. Give it 4 years and it swings back the other way, you know? Everything that was done gets undone. Life moves on. For some. Our social programs, the higher the taxes for caddies, the exodus. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand that part. It's just... It feels like there has to be some sort of happy middle ground between, you know, because it feels like the push for one side is to sort of cut and neglect social programs. And the push for the other is to have social programs that are so, for lack of a better term, overbearing. You know, I don't know, there has to be a middle somewhere, but, you know, I don't know. It feels like at least one side trying to compromise with does not work very well, unfortunately. Causes, not caddies. Yeah, I understood what you meant, but yeah, I get you. Sorry, I got a DM. Alright. Let's see. I'm gonna wire this up, and then I think I will probably take my pause, because I have to piss, and it's all I can think about. Also, we're nearing 5 hours, so... It's like clouding my brain. If I'm doing a little bit of verbal garbage, it's probably partially because of that. Shit. Okay. Progressions don't stagnate. Can't have unchecked progress. Yeah. And I agree with that, yeah. It certainly feels like, sometimes people just don't want progress at all, though, or they want to go backwards. which I don't really understand, you know. I mean, and again, to reiterate, total layman's point of view, my knowledge of politics is pretty surface level. I just view the world pretty simply. Both sides have great ideas, not always the best application. Yeah, I can agree with that. I will say though, you know, it does feel like I don't know. Sometimes you gotta weed out the the bad ideas though. I mean, I'll quit beating around the bush because I feel like I am. It feels like the right and conservatives at times. I'm not saying like all ideas they have are horrible, but there certainly seems to be some pervasive ideas on that side of the aisle that are unproductive, I would say. You know, unproductive and resistant to reason or communication, which is the really unfortunate part. Like, I think a prime example of that kind of thing is like the trans stuff. It gets pushed a lot, which I know this is like a hot political topic, so I'm trying to choose my words carefully. Oh shit, I don't do that. But it just feels like it's such like a played up thing, and you know, it's not really that big of a deal, and yet it's such a focal point of this like sort of cultural phenomenon or war issue. And in my mind, all it boils down to is a group of people who, you know, are the like tiniest minority of society, who just want to live their lives as they feel that they are, and you know, just let them make that choice and be the people they want to be. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it needs to be more complex than that, but I think of like, you know, we've got, you know, this hyperinflation, you know, hyperinflation, not definitionally, but we've got like this incredible inflation going on. We've got these fucking, you know, the cost of living is going crazy. You've got, you know, it's just, there's bigger problems. You got the whole healthcare thing. There's bigger problems going on, and it just feels like there's such a focus from one side on these minute, like, social issues that I couldn't give less of a fuck about. And, you know, I think they should, I think it should just be left and backed off on entirely, because, you know, I don't, well, you know, why does anybody care? Just let people live their lives and be who they want to be. But even if you don't believe in that, right, and that's fine, you know, whatever, why is that such a key social issue for people? It's such a tiny thing. Just, why are we focusing? You know, that's taking way more energy than it ever should, or it just doesn't make any sense. But that's my take on it. Is like, there can be good ideas in there maybe, but like, it's mixed in with people who have a focus on such incorrect areas of both what I think is morally right and what I think is pragmatically right. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyways, these more modern policy parties don't have people in mind anymore. Yeah, like some sort of epiphany or anything. As you might so pretty left. A lot of things Democrats do feel like a slap in the fucking face. I agree. I totally agree. It feels like they're more than happy to drag their feet and play by the norms. And you know, you've got one side who's more than happy to say and do crazy shit and push these weird social issues and have this just batshit insane at times sounding agenda. And they're more than happy to do that and to be as cutthroat as they need to get that through. And then our side fucking, you know, I say our side, if you're on the left, you're Democratic, drags their fucking feet and is just like, well, you know, we gotta try to meet them in the middle on some of these. Like, I can maybe understand financially meet them in the middle, but like, why the fuck are we even talking about this? I don't understand. It's like, if you're in a debate with somebody in there bringing up this, you know, like trans bathroom stuff, I ask them, why the fuck do you care so much? You know, if a politician did that, they'd have my vote instantaneously. Just frame it for how it is. You know, stop beating around it so much. I get it's a very niche and very sensitive topic, but people are dying. People are dying because nothing's getting done. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I gotta catch up on chat. It's all loving influence. Fuck the layman. Yeah, basically. Fucking Citizens United. God damn. Distraction we're doing background. Yeah. Right specialty. Yes. I agree. More important struggles going on. Left is right about trans. Right is abortion. It makes sense. I mean, I think the right's both trans and abortion. I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's people on the left who are all over that stuff, and that's what they're all about. And it's sure, but I feel like it might not be such a thing on the left if it wasn't such a fucking bullseye for the right. I feel like there kind of has to be a conversation on that somewhere in the middle, and it can't happen, not with the current climate. And I think that can kind of be a both ways type of thing too. I'm not saying that that's like a people on the right won't even listen, but it does feel like they tend to be a little bit more of a hardliner on that. So I will say, beg to differ. Trans people just want to live. Republicans turn the political fodder as having other. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I think they tend to get targeted and scapegoated, and the left kind of tries to play ball for them. But I think the left does it in a way that isn't. It's not like hearing and understanding. It's sort of just like a shouting match at times. But it is reactionary. But I don't know. But I don't understand why it's such a hard thing to navigate, especially for politicians who are supposed to, forcing verbiage is the left thing. That's why a trans story time is a bad thing. It's totally has made a concern. Is your sex identity won't be a fucking problem. Yeah. Not forcing it's about respect. Yeah, I mean, well, I think that's the thing that happens though is, and just to something I've observed is like you have this sort of pervasive thought on the right. It feels like that, like trans stuff and this gender affirming stuff is all like fast tracked, and if a child feels a certain way, then just lob off their dick and balls, and that you're going to be crucified if you don't refer to someone as the same or as the pronouns that they want. But a lot of that stuff is like it's not really that it's not really that much. I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it. You don't really run into a lot of people who even have a preferred set of pronouns differently. They might give you their pronouns, but it generally just lines up. Like, it's not that big of a deal. At least I don't think. And then, for the people who have gone down that route, who are trans, and have either gotten care for that or, have different pronouns because of that, that's stuff that there's processes in place to make sure that is, good for that individual, and that's, it's not, like I said, they don't just walk them in and lob it all off. That's not what's going on, but that's what it gets pushed as, because that is a more effective tactic for getting people upset about it, and, of course they're going to push that, because the culture war must go on, and that's what keeps people upset. So, at least that's mine. Whose rate doesn't carry living your life being brought out. I beg to differ. Yeah, I highly beg to differ. Yeah, Pepe's the same on that. Maybe the average person party they're voting for? No, yeah. You have a different opinion? Yeah. Seen modern rhetoric negatively impact too. Many people don't give a fucking fuck. Yeah. People are killing themselves for hell issue. It is respect issue. Yeah. And yeah, and it is, it's, I'll put it this way. Generally, I will say, if you're sitting down with somebody on the right and like just have a conversation, they can be the nicest person ever. And the people who tend to be the most vocal about this and who hold those kind of beliefs, they're usually super nice and friendly and fine, but then there's always a moment where like it comes out. I hate to say like mask off because that feels kind of coded. I don't like that. But like there's always a moment, like it always comes up, and it's just it becomes like a political thing. I don't know. It's weird, and I only ever notice it with people who hold like a beliefs on the right or Republican or whatever. And it's just I don't know. People have been killing it. Been treated long before that, and sure, and that's true. But I guess it's like that doesn't really excuse that, right? I don't think it's unfair to say like, you know, I mean, trans people have always existed. They always will exist. People like to use like the left-handed thing. You know, when you stop beating kids for left-handedness, the number of left-handed children shot up dramatically. And I think it's a similar case. I do think it's a similar case there. So I'm like, I don't know. I think we should strive for that better understanding. And is keeping track of pronouns hard? Yes, absolutely. I'll even go out and say it's annoying to do. I don't like doing it. Not because I think it's weird or makes me uncomfortable. It's just another thing I gotta remember, and my memory is shit. I'll be the first to say that. That said, it's, you know, if it's people that I'm friends with and want to respect and love, I'm more than happy to do that. I'll be the first one to say too, I've made the mistake with Siri. Siri goes by they them. I call them her sometimes. And it's not like an intentional thing at all, but it's just because I'm just fucking bad at it. But I'm like, I don't think it's ever been more than that people get upset, you know, about that or anything. It's always just, here's what I prefer to be called. Can you just call me that? And that's all it is. Every time I fuck it up, I go, ah, shit, I gotta get better at that. You know, sorry. There we go. It's like if I called somebody the wrong name, you know. But I think it gets played up as this big thing where like the people on the left get portrayed as like, you know, they're gonna fucking banshee wail if you get the pronoun wrong, and that's not really what it is. Not for the average, you know, person. Yeah, you can find like terminally online fucking crazy people who are like that, but you can find people for everything, and then in that group. So. Very nicely, it doesn't mean accept it. You're with that. I'm going to do it because I respect the person. Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm not gonna pretend that I love keeping track of another thing, not by any means. But it's not because I think that they shouldn't exist or anything like that. It's just my memory is fucking awful. It's like if you had 2 or 3 extra names to go by. It's like it's your name. I'm gonna call you that, but I'm probably gonna fuck it up or forget. That's just life. And I don't think anybody has a problem with that. At least nobody I've ever met. So, and I think a lot of people would say I live in like the fucking heart of the heart of a place that would have a lot of people like that, stereotypically. So. I've existed for quite a while, yeah. I don't see every reason I slip up sometimes, yeah. And I'm like, I'm sure I'm gonna do it again. At first, I felt kind of bad about it because I'm like, I'm not somebody who would mess that up, you know, intentionally. I don't want to come off that way. But like, and then I just was like, oh well, like it's not that big a deal. Nobody said anything. Nobody's, you know, I corrected myself and life moved on, just like every other thing. No big deal. Yeah, they get it. Just because they get it because they're humans. They're humans with, you know, understanding and names and lives. I think that's something that gets lost in translation. Because I think they get portrayed as people who are like being socially dominating in a way or something. Like if you aren't doing things how they want them socially, then you're going to be the bad guy or something, and that's not really how that goes. So I have no problem with pronouns, but at the same time I hate them. Yeah, and I can agree with that. And I presume we totally don't accept people honoring them as outright hurting someone over it. Can't be as a political position. Yeah, yeah, and I think that's the thing too, because if you don't want to be friends with somebody who has that, that's fine, you know. But I guess it's the push to try to like ban or punish them in some way for being who they are. If you don't want to be friends with them and keep up with that, that's okay. But you know, yeah, don't make it a political opinion on people existing and just living their lives. So, Cody Pearson in the group. I met several or not. Yeah. And people make it an issue of politics. Sorry, I'm like catching up with chat. I'm kind of rambling on my own. People who make it an issue make politics their personality. Yeah. I mean, I think politics has unfortunately become a personality trait as of late. You know, and I think that it's become a personality trait. I think it's become more polarizing than ever. I can understand why, but I think it has ultimately hurt a lot of progress, socially, economically, scientific, technologically, any way you can conceive. The government being at a standstill has been actively detrimental to just about every fucking institution. So, still goes binary. James really well never slipped up. But the they is harder to get used to, even though it's always been contextually singular pronoun. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, because I've got a friend of mine who is just identified as a guy for a while, and that was okay because they thought they were a guy, and I never had a problem calling them he. But yeah, the they is like, it has thrown me off. I will agree. So same boat here. Make sure that's lined up. That with Hongo says you just carry the loudest voice. Yeah, and I can agree. And I think it is the noisiest on each side that tends to be the most conveyed. I think the biggest difference for me, and you know, you may feel differently. Biggest difference for me is that the top voices on the right are parroting some of the most fringe beliefs on that side. You know, so it's like, I guess I think of the stereotypical portrayal of somebody like on the left and like pushing pronouns and you know, being upset about, I don't know, like going to gender studies, and you know, it's like the typical caricature. And I'm like, okay, I kind of roll my eyes, whatever. But you think of like the typical portrayal of somebody on the right, of like, you know, like quoting Nazis or something like that, whatever people want to, you know, push as the stereotype. But then that's like things that are actually kind of happening. So I'm like, yeah, it is the loudest, you know, you're only going to hear the loudest voices, but you've got leadership on one side that is actively like parodying some of those voices. It's just it's a little harder to stomach because of that. And I think that's where a lot of people have a problem with that. So politics is capable of being apolitical is being political, yeah. Quite literally, we live in a society moment. Amongst in this group, politics will use represent us, choosing to stay in all living a life is political, yeah. You have political views, and those views will be part of your life. One person on the left or right, you're a shitty person, in my opinion. I can agree. I can agree somewhat. It kind of depends, because I think the water's been so muddied, and like I said, I wish I was engaged more in leftist rhetoric, yeah. Right, has no issue with it in most deplorable situations, yeah. Left and right, we're currently parroting fringe things. I don't think anybody on the left was parroting fringe things. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that's... I disagree. Nazis were progressive. I don't know about that one, Bjorn. That's... I disagree. I guess, let me ask you this. How do you define progressive? That might be a place to start. Yeah, just because social's the name doesn't... Yeah, no. That's 100%. Not saying they were socialists, but that tends to be the talking point, you know, and I think that's where Pip is coming from. Is that tends to be the connection that people make. But well, that's I want it to remain a productive conversation. So what is it? What is it that you would? I mean, why do you say that they're progressives? I mean, what brings you to that conclusion? So I think the conversation so far has been actually pretty productive. You know, I think any sort of open conversation is going to be, and I think far too often there's people are sort of closed in their ways of thinking, even though it's I think my way of thinking is is maybe better, but I want to understand why people think the way they think and try to change that. But I think everybody's like that. I think everybody thinks their way of thinking is better. So I imagine Viernan would think his way of thinking is better and want to change my way. So, but we have to talk about it. So engage in progressive policy to involve people in about nationalism. Yeah, progressive and socialism are different. Yes, have very progressive views. What progressive views did he hold? I'm asking this as a genuine inquiry. sorry if this seems like a gotcha. I feel like I'm fucking grilling you here. Political conversations, am I right? Emma, with the hydrate redeem. Please no more. I have to piss so bad. All right, I'm gonna take a piss. I don't want to stop streaming because I don't want to stop this conversation. But I will be right back. I'm gonna go piss because it is about to fucking flow out of me. 1 second. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I pissed for like a straight minute and something. Just sit there for a minute and wait for it to all drain out. Holy shit. I will take the sip now, though. It's gonna be milk tea. I guess it could be water, but the water I chugged earlier begs to differ. Okay. Whew. Alright. You're good, don't want to comment or gotcha or anything. Identity politics. Really being compared to somebody's argument. I mean... Eh. I mean, identity politics in Hitler's case seems like... I don't know, that just seems like a vehicle for division. And I'm not saying it's not a dividing factor even now. I mean, I don't really much like identity politics. But, oh shit, did I make all these blocked signals? Oh, motherfucker, I did. I gotta remove all these. These are meant to be path signals. Son of a bitch. Block signal, block signal. Sorry, one sec. Okay, I think that's all of them. Okay. Neither left nor right. And yeah, and that's oh whoops. And that's something I hear a lot. And I think it's a good idea conceptually. But the problem is it's I feel like individuals on the right have gone so far right that it's hard to find a middle ground. It's hard to find a middle ground at all. It's hard to find a middle ground that is not inherently on the right side of things because you're so far over that it's like, you know, so it's like if you're on the middle, then you're kind of on the right. That's kind of what it has become, unfortunately. All right, there we go. Tear this ladder up. I agree with on both sides. I guess they should have gone about. Same with the left. I mean, I guess how has it doesn't feel like the left is. I'm trying to think how I want to phrase this. Doesn't want to sit down and talk about things. Well, I guess what things do you feel like the left doesn't want to sit and talk about? You can ask that. I like to think I'm a pretty I'm a pretty open book. I like to think, and I would also consider myself to be on the left at least. Because I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like people on the right don't want to compromise and don't want to meet in the middle or anything like that. When the right declares living okay with political violence, can you give me a political leader on the left who supports either of those things? That's all I ask. because it's not. There's a false equivalency going on there, is what I'm trying to get at. I'm saying as someone who has a teenager want to see Donald Trump win the 2016 living before I really understood how the world works. Like I said, might divulge in chaotic maelstrom of the most divisive rhetoric and cook up. I agree. Umar, I've never seen her say anything like that, but I will make a genuine effort to take a look. Pulling it up right now, just out of curiosity, because if that's true, okay, fair enough. I mean, one person. but I don't even know if that's true yet. And I feel like this is another thing, because I feel like some of this stuff spreads, but people don't take the time to actually look it up and understand, and. So I want to make sure I'm not that guy, but I've been exposed to enough in life. I found myself swing pretty far left, just seeing the state of the world. Yeah, I feel like Democrats represent me in the slightest. They do not feel left enough. I agree. I totally agree. I think the Democrats in this country are they're swung too far to the right. They're having that problem I just said, where they're trying to meet in the middle, but the right is so far right that they're moving right. You know, get some question. There's a target. Sinners are target slow hatred. Yeah, someone who's not aware of most of her politics. Yeah, and that's where I'm at too. I've never seen a quote or anything like that. I'm not saying it's not the case, but like, I guess I'm thinking of like, you've got, and I hate to say his name and bring him as an example because it's the most obvious, blatant thing in the world, but that's kind of why I feel like it has to be. I feel like you can go to Trump and find 100 quotes that are, if not outright racist or bigoted, are borderline, and it's like, that kind of just is an expected thing, and then just doesn't even get dealt with. I don't know. It's a little wild. But then I don't know if there's a specific quote you're going for here as an example, but likely I'm trying to meet the Republicans shifting things mid to right. Yeah. Put your drink on them and kick them into the street. I see. Let me see. I'm trying to look up a source for it. That's all. Trying to understand. I don't see that quote you're referring to, but I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just, yeah, I'm not seeing it. If you have a link, feel free. I mean, you shouldn't get caught by a bot or anything. Or if you do, I should be able to approve it. Communities because of review. I mean, maybe. I've not heard anything of the sort. But do you realize Trump was a Democrat for most of his life? Yes, I do. I know he was, and then he got into politics and he, swung hard right, and that's sort of been his jam from now on. But I don't think that's uncommon, because I feel like, for better or for worse, people on the right are just willing to accept that. There's more. I will say this is something that I think Democrats need to be better at, and that is some sort of like party unity of some kind, because it feels like, and this, again, it's just a layman's point of view, I'm no political expert, it feels like the people on the left are so willing to criticize and infight and, just tear each other apart for certain things. So, people not being left enough, people being too left, people being whatever. But it feels like on the right side, they just you fall in line. Trump says jump, we say how high. This is the flavor of the week for whatever political, social, whatever needs to be hammered home. Every news outlet, every person is on that. It's like it's such a cohesive. It's almost mind-boggling how cohesive it is. It's wild. Maxine Walters from his opportunist. Yeah. Well, I think he either put on a facade or he like truly just swung that way when he got old. One of the two, but whatever. Do more for the black community than Democrats. I don't know about that one. Someone who hates his Viking guts saw the tide shift and capitalized on it. Right? Yeah, Republican fringe groups. Yeah, because fringe groups have just been getting more and more traction for quite some time, and it's frankly, I think the most telling thing that you can see it for is the fact that so many people who get caught in scandals or who sort of fall out of fame or any variants of just falling off or losing what they once were shift to far right. It's kind of crazy. You get caught in a sex scandal, you become a far right fucking talking head, and it just works because of course it does. Because it gets smoothed over and you're welcomed with open arms. It seems like. I'm not really sure how that's the case, and you know. It's not progressive that both sides working together, right? But it feels like one side is so far that they're so far gone that how do you reconcile like I said, the middle is on the right now. Calling execution Central Park pulsing back in New York. Yeah, Jesus. All right, I'm gonna look up the Maxine Walters. I see. Okay. Out even. Well, I see. I mean, I see the quote you're saying about Maxine Waters, and yeah, I mean, people shouldn't be calling for that. I can agree. I will say, at some point, I think there needs to be a little bit of civil unrest for people to get their points across for certain things. I mean, I'm not saying that it should be a one side versus another type of deal, but I will say that I think it goes back to the point before that you've got one example of somebody, quote unquote, to quote you earlier, supporting political violence, saying, tell them they're not welcome, throw water on them and chase them out of the restaurant, whatever. Whereas the other side is saying stuff like, maybe the Second Amendment people can do something about that, or, I don't know, stand back and stand by. It's just like, one's an old as the hills state rep, and the other is the president-elect, I guess. I just, it's hard for me to equate those things with each other, if, First steps I put in place, one of the few things Biden didn't remove, he took credit for it. There's someone on the right who has wished violence on the left. Let me see here. I mean, aside from the Trump ones which gave BS. Yeah, January 6th is a big one too. In context, oh, I see. In context, I got you. I mean, to be fair, Trump did with the, calling people there and giving a speech and saying they need to fight like hell, and then as people stormed the Capitol, not saying anything for several hours to call the supporters off until it was thwarted, and sending how many slates of electors, of false electors, should have Mike Pence pressured to, because Trump said peacefully. Viernan. Come on, man. Okay, look. Saying peacefully in a tweet hours later, it doesn't absolve him of organizing a rally, telling them to fight like hell, having the people go to the Capitol, storm it, waiting for hours. FBI to open the doors. The first people into the Capitol broke in, man. That's on cam. That was recorded. I mean, I don't know whether or not, what you're saying there is true, but I do know that the first people in broke in. They didn't calmly walk up and, the doors swung open wide and everybody waltzed in. Yeah, Pence was in his ear telling him to do something. His kids were telling him to do stuff. I mean, he had people begging him to do that, to call the people off. I mean, why did he not do that if he truly wanted a peaceful protest? Why was that not the first thing he would do, I can't remember them getting a tour. If you're talking about the people walking through the Capitol, I mean, and I'm gonna ignore all of the clips of people inside the Capitol destroying and ransacking the place. Again, the first people into the Capitol building, the very first people in, were breaking windows and breaking in. Police were battered at the front as people pushed through. Oh, the police just watching. I mean, at that point, what are they meant to do? I mean, they're trying to protect the Congress people, but I mean, I don't know any other way to put it. I mean, we've never had an attack like that during an attempt to certify the election. I mean, you can make the argument that we should have had more security there, but that doesn't excuse the people being there. It doesn't excuse, it's like, I don't know. If the point you're trying to make is that they should have attacked the crowd or like try to push the crowd back when you've got 100-to-1 odds, I don't know. I just that doesn't make sense to me. When he got shot and killed inside the building, broke a small window. And Dora tried climbing through, armed with ARs behind her. She was inside to stop, the guns drawn. He still did it. People there to cause violence inside the Capitol. Captured on video, easily viewable. Yeah, I mean, this is... You can find all this stuff online from start to end, the full progression. And yeah, you could go through and cherry pick shots of people, quote unquote, walking through peacefully, but they were certainly not getting a tour. It wasn't a peaceful tour group. There was a request from our security. It was denied. They wanted a police response. There were a lot more casualties that day. Yeah, I mean, it's like, what the fuck do you do, You've got literally tens of thousands of people rushing the building, and, you know, probably a couple hundred officers. I have no remorse for that stupid one. Look, I'm gonna put it this way. Someone losing their life is tragic regardless, so, you know, let's try to be respectful on that at least. I'm not gonna say that they weren't doing something foolish or that they weren't doing something they shouldn't have, but, you know, a loss of life is you know, let's not diminish that. Please and thank you. I'm gonna put it as nicely as I can right there. But in any case, the security stuff, I mean, it's like, what, there shouldn't have been an attack there at all. Security is a totally, you know, it's like, should they have hopefully had more? Yes, but again, this was the first time there had ever been an attack on this process and in this way. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure there should have been more security, or the security, you know, extra security got denied is a good argument for that. You know? It simply shouldn't have happened. That's all. Loss of life is bad, yes. Yeah, indeed. I have remorse for the situation that individual was put in, that they felt that that's something they needed to do. And I think it is in some levels, you could take it as a failing of the political system which we have. And that itself is unfortunate. Should she have been there and should she have been doing that? No. But, you know, I'm not going to downplay or ridicule the loss of life. And I would request that no one else does either. And respond the best way to limit casualties. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's kind of like you got a bull in front of you. You know, you don't kick dirt in its eyes, kind of thing. Disagree with the attack on the Capitol, and the reason why is... Okay, the reason... Blah, 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 blah. And the reason why is that there... What... was... I'm having... I don't know why I'm having such a problem reading this in this sentence. Saw the government as a threat is the right way to go about it. I disagree. I disagree because we had Republican committees investigating these political processes that were being, quote unquote, protested. I would say rioted, but protested, we'll say. That found that nothing that these people were claiming was wrong. I mean, there was a defamation suit for Fox saying that the elections were rigged. There was numerous investigations by Republican-led committees that found that it was all bullshit. I mean, it's not even like, you know, you can maybe make an argument if it was all people on the left saying, oh no, you know, nothing wrong. But it's literally the people who wanted to find wrongdoing couldn't find it. So it's just I have a hard time reconciling they thought, you know, yeah, they can think that, but that's not what the facts are showing here. That's the problem. Not ridiculing your loss of life. I'm saying no remorse for. I mean, I would. I mean, you're welcome to that opinion. I would say have remorse for any loss of life, because, you know, I mean, within reason. Yeah, if, like, there's a serial child murderer or something who dies, I'm not going to shed a tear. But somebody who's made a couple of bad decisions, I don't think should die. Hopefully, you know. I don't think it was avoidable. It sounds like, but, you know. tragic nonetheless. Sort of like if a drunk person hit a power pole and died and no one else was injured. Some people would say they deserve it because they drove drunk, and maybe they did, but I would say that one shitty decision shouldn't end your life. I would hope. So. Back in the situation where the government was putting the people at risk, where they just happened in risk towards shit like dog shit as a group of people turning their heads away from reality, yeah. Or it was protesting instead of destroying everything. They went to the source. I mean, arguably they destroyed a lot of things at the source. Threatening the lives of our representatives, destroying government property. I mean, again, this wasn't a peaceful thing. It was a full-on riot. No one does believe the election was rigged. Yeah, I mean, I would hope not. It's been factually proven many a times by now. But that's what gets me, is that so many people are using that as a justification when it's just simply not true. Saying they felt the government failed them, instead of destroying everything, they went to the source. It was a protest. It stopped being a protest when they broke into a government building and were attacking police officers, which was pretty early in the day there. I mean, I don't think that's an unreasonable take on that. It was peaceful and it devolved. What do you call it? What do you call it when a peaceful protest devolves? I guess is my question. Mostly peaceful. You can't really have it both ways there, right? You know. There was a lot of protests with the George Floyd protests. I mean, okay, aside from the George Floyd stuff being a kind of right-wing talking point, okay, I get it. Sure, you know, you can bring that up. Alternatively, I mean, we're talking about an attack on the capital of our government, of our federal government. You know, it's that feels pretty dramatically different. Right. No, I'm not saying that it you know, things didn't devolve. And sure, you know, you can make a point there. That's fine. Whatever. I guess my point is, okay, that devolved. Protests do. But the point in this situation is that this devolved at a government, at our capital, at the capital to our federal government, in protest of what we know is a free and fair election. At the I would say the whim or the call of the sitting president to obstruct the peaceful transfer of power. That's where the problem lies. And sure, yeah, protests can devolve to riots, and you know that's a fair point to make. That's a problem, but you know you see why we're comparing apples to oranges here. Cluster of isolated protests, so didn't become riots. That is objectively true. Yeah, it's like I'm not going to argue against that. I'm not going to say that that's not true, because it is. But the difference is the scope of what this is affecting here. The only riots they didn't start peacefully. All protection appeal. Maybe. If it had remained a peaceful protest and not involved breaking in and plots or attempts on the lives of our government representatives, it might be a different story, but I will say police brutality is certainly apples to oranges. Yeah, false claims, election fraud. Yeah, and yeah, that's a point to be made too. The reason behind the protests, I think, is dramatically different. But I'm just saying, is like if the point is that protests devolve into riots sometimes, sure, I can't argue. I can't argue against that. And you can say, George Floyd protests, for example, did. Okay, I'm more than happy to concede that point. Even agree with it. But the location and the reason for those protests to even be happening in the first place, and the reason that they devolved as they did, is I think what's far more important, right? British should be held at government establishments. I can agree with that, but it's kind of besides the point, I guess. Not arguing the causes, but the causes are, what's the saying? Intent is 9/10 of the law or something. Not doing anything of that while mentioning the George Floyd protest, right? No, and well, sure, I'm not saying you are, but the point is you've got to look at the causes and the reasons for these things, and even more specifically, the locations of these things. I'm not saying protests shouldn't happen at the Capitol or protests shouldn't happen at government buildings. I'm just saying that there's a difference in scope between, a protest over police brutality in these sort of like suburban areas or city areas or whatever, versus at the capital of our nation. And one's starting as a protest for these sort of civil injustices, and the other one's starting because the sitting president doesn't think he lost the election and wants it overturned. I think you have to look at the causes and the why here, right? Not going to George Floyd riots. Yeah, you just already admitted that claim is stupid. Actual flag claims are fake. Yeah, that is true. I can agree to organized and improved riots at government buildings to an extent, but disruptive is the most effective way to bring attention to the issue, whether we like it or not. And I can agree with that. It's just the premise for the protest in the first place was invalid. It was invalid. It was malicious, and the intent was to undermine democracy. And we know that as fact at this point. And if it was on the streets and that happened, it would still be bad. But this was at our capital. This wasn't, it wasn't that Trump held a rally in, fucking buttfuck nowhere and people got pissed about it and tore up the streets. That's not what happened. This was the nation's capital. There was a clear intent behind where this took place and what the people were going to do. Is the problem. People protesting in public places, creating disruption, being attention, but disruption is from a riot. Yeah, and people often conflate the two. And like I said, I'm not going to disagree that there are plenty of social issues, protests that have devolved and maybe shouldn't have, and whatever. But I guess that, to me, that's like kind of not the point. No, I'm not saying that it shouldn't have been held at the Capitol. I'm saying that the false claims were pushed at the Capitol with the intent of the people going there and overturning the election. The premise itself was false, And not only was the premise false, it was held in a place specifically targeted to overturn the peaceful transfer of power. That's my point. It's a conjunction of the two things. I'm not saying people shouldn't protest at a government building. I'm just saying that if you combine the premise and where it was held into one, the intent becomes clear. And I'm trying to use that to illustrate why this is. I mean, how is this not an endorsement of political violence? You know, getting back to the original premise of the question. Someone's in the middle of the road, pick a sign that pisses you off. It gets people talking. Yeah. Are they right? I'm not sure. They weren't right. We know that. That is, I mean, that's legally settled at this point. An issue with the government bringing it up with them logically makes sense. Yeah, and it does. But we're getting okay. I feel like we're kind of getting lost in the weeds. You asked for an endorsement of political violence for someone on the right, and I mean the biggest perpetrator. And I'm sure if given time, yeah, I could find more, whatever. But the biggest perpetrator of that is going to be Trump, and the biggest instance of that is going to be January 6th. That I think is the bottom line. We know that the claims were false. We know that he held the rally there in order to get people to go to the Capitol and try to push for the false electors to be the ones that were certified. We know all these things now. Because individuals started and it wasn't working straight away, anyone saying it. He did not incite it. He held a rally there telling them that they needed to go fight like hell and get Mike Pence to do the right thing. Mike Pence, the vice president, who had to certify the state electors that came in. There were, I believe it was 6 or 7 slates of electors that were assembled and sent there by Trump's team to falsely certify him as the president of the United States. He told the people this. They marched to the Capitol. He went and waited for, it was like 3-4 hours. Did nothing to dissuade them from attacking the Capitol. And then, once it was clear things had failed, he called them off and then tried to play like, oh, I didn't know it was gonna be so violent. If your point is that he never said specifically, hey, go overturn the election for me. Yeah, okay, sure. I guess he probably never said those words. But his team had the false electors go to the Capitol specifically so that they could be certified by Mike Pence, so that he could circumvent the democratic process and transfer of power. I mean, that is settled at this point. Disney march the Capitol peacefully protested stand up before they started the march. Yeah, but I guess my question is, what do you think all this equates to? When his team of people have sets of state electors who are not legal come there, he tells the people that they need to make Mike Pence do the right thing. I mean, it's like that's. Does that not throw up alarm bells for you? I mean, well, to be fair, let's be totally fair here. The quote seems to be that you should pour your drink on them and chase them out of the restaurant. I don't know if I would classify that as political violence, but, sure. I guess what do you think his intent was then? What do you think his team's intent was for having the false slate of electors show up at the Capitol and having a rally of people? I mean, I don't know. To me, it's just like, well, clearly that's what he wanted and what he intended. Sorry, I just got a text. I had to check my phone. I got to pick up the missus in the morning, so trying to be on the edge of my seat for any updates. Words and throwing a drink on them is assault. Okay, but okay, sure. And throwing your drink on them, I mean, that's come on. Should she be calling for it? No, I'll more than happily condemn that. But I think here's it was kind of getting to the root of the problem, and I'm gonna read what Pepe said here in a moment too. You're setting this bar that the left is calling for political violence, and your example is that someone said you should pour your drinks on Republicans, specifically these Republican officials. Okay, sure. But you won't give this point that Trump had people, and again, I'm sure I could go and look and find examples of other things he said, or, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, or fucking Lauren Boebert, or whoever else. I'm sure I could go find examples of things they've said that are fringe and fucking crazy. Besides the point. Just to focus on the January 6th thing. You've got him calling a rally, saying that people should go there and go to the Capitol and protest the vote and make Mike Pence do the right thing, and that they have to fight like hell for their democracy, and so on and so forth. And you won't even concede that, okay, yeah, that was a call for political violence. When you've got his team pushing these false electors, you've got him with a crowd in front of him telling them that they need to go there and get these electors certified, that they need to pressure Mike Pence, that they need to do all these things. It's like, it feels like there's a double standard, I guess, is my point. That's just someone, a senator. Okay, yeah, I understand that. I mean, I'm agreeing to that. And yeah, should she have said that? Probably not. But the thing is, you're trying to. I'll concede that point, but you don't seem to want to concede that. Yeah, Trump called for political violence, and maybe him trying to get a set of false electors approved and certified so that he could stay president is a bit of a fucking big deal, Overturning legislation, doing what he needed to do to make it happen is something he was formally indicted on. Yeah, Jack Smith indictments. With legs are dropped due to Justice Department having a prohibition on charging sitting presidents, yeah, which they did not stop due to lack of evidence or proof. Only that prohibition, exactly, yeah. Now there was a pawn on a larger player overturn the election, yes. Still didn't ever find that. No more quote about that. It was it was someone else. He clarified earlier. I've forgotten the name though. It was Waters, I believe. Difficult to explain via text. Yeah, no. And don't get me wrong. I know that the medium here is unfavorable, just in general, but especially to one side, because yeah, it's hard to illustrate a point over text, and with the speed that I'm throwing stuff out there and that Pepe's throwing things out there. So I understand that. It's kind of like the thing, don't ever argue with somebody who has a megaphone. So I totally get that. Is the words that were used? Well, sure, okay, and you could say, yeah, the way that it was phrased makes a difference, but is it not clear to you that there was an intent to an intent to overturn a democratic process by someone who had absolutely no proof that such a process had been compromised at all, and in fact, at the time, knew that it had not. I mean, Trump knew on January 6th, or even before, that there was no, I mean, there was nothing with the election that was fraudulent, and he was still pushing this. You know, I'm not sure how that is at all an equivalent. Oh my god, I've been going for 6 hours. Holy shit. Here you go. She traitor to our country. She's guilty of treason. Took an oath to protect Americans and uphold our lives against aid and comfort enemies. Yeah. That's what treason in our life. Without knowledge to the government. Yeah. I mean, I've seen plenty of quotes from them. I don't have any off the top of my head. Because it's just, honestly, and that's kind of a problem too, that it feels like there's so much, like, political cascading bullshit at all times that I don't know how to fucking latch on to one thing and even remember it. It's like, I could go back and look through all the events of the last, like, 8-10 years politically, and there's shit that I, like, you find it and you're like, oh my fucking god, I forgot that happened. Like, how is that not the death of someone's political career? Like, how is this not bigger news? But it just floated by. Just floated by. If you're accusing of a serious crime. What? Okay, so if you're accusing... I just want to understand here. If you're accusing someone of a crime, that makes it okay to say that they should be punished with death? The hoops to jump to play devil's advocate in my life. Yeah, it is a little mind bending. I'm gonna be honest with you, Brandon. It's something that I'm having a lot of trouble seeing eye to eye on here. And I desperately want to, because I've got an inherent belief, for better or worse, that, you know, everybody wants what's best. But I think that a lot of people have fooled themselves into thinking that things are equal and that both sides are the same, and that, you know, and it's just simply not the case. But they're so invested in that it's hard to break them out of it and get them to understand. I don't know. Yeah, I was like, yeah, it could be a serious crime with no evidence, and that's a lot of things too. Is like, and that's kind of like with the again with the January. I hate to keep harping on about it with the January 6th thing. Sure, I mean, if your point is that people believed that the government was doing something untoward and needed to be stopped ASAP, maybe, but there's no proof of this. I mean, it's just, you've got a guy up on stage saying they're doing this, that, and the other, and they stole it, and they're, you know, but there's literally, there's no proof of it. In fact, it's been proved the opposite. It's just eh. I can't wrap my head around it, that's all. And how that's not pretty well blatant political violence. Yeah, I love talking politics. Fuck me. No, it's been a little while since I had a political discussion, and I don't want it to be something that is like a taboo. I think a lot of people avoid it, especially when it comes to being a content creator. But like, fuck it, man. I don't want to avoid talking about shit. Fuck that. So. Unironically, dude. No, I enjoy talking about it as well, but it's like, yeah, it does get me a little heated because I'm like, it's just such a ideological fucking rift. I feel like between how I see the world and how other people see the world. And I'm just like, I don't know how to, you know, I don't know how to reconcile that. So, something that's plain as day to me, I just. It doesn't, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it as well. It's just, it's kind of like how I play, it's kind of like how we play Valorant. I enjoy it, but like my blood pressure goes up. It's not because I hate the game. It's just the nature of it, you know. Just kind of it's just kind of part of it. So check to peacefully people react on their own. And inside it was stupid in his choice of words. Well, one, stupid in his choice of words I don't feel like is a very good defense, considering he's the president at the time. If anybody should be more careful and you know, I don't know what I'm even trying to say anymore. If anybody should be aware of how they're speaking and what they're saying, it's the president. That's the first thing. Not drop the word peacefully until after the fact. Yeah, that was my understanding of it as well, but it's been a long while since I watched it, so I'm not gonna, you know, I don't want to harp on that if I wasn't absolutely certain. Oh, ad. Why is it running? I hate Twitch, man. I don't have it set to run any ads on my channel, and it fucking does it anyways. It drives me up a wall. I hate it. I'm only gonna close it out entirely. Oh, you're on like, are you on mobile? If it like close the Twitch app. Yeah, not sure how clicking links on there goes. Yeah. Probably a weird interaction. But yeah, that makes more sense why you got an ad too, because it should only be when it opens up. So, because I think that's when Twitch runs their ads, but I don't run any ads on my channel, so they just do that because they're Twitch. I get no say in that part of it, sadly. I'm saying this. Oh, some of the things being said, yeah, because it's like, I guess my frustration comes from, it's not specifically upset at you, Viernan, or, you know, anything like that. It's just that these are talking points that are almost ubiquitous across the fucking right side, you know, and it feels like things that have been talked to death, I think. And it's just, in my mind, they've all just been, it's been explained so many times, and yet it still seems to be this sort of dominant sort of hand wave for a lot of the actions for like January 6th and otherwise. And it's like, I'm just not sure. I don't know. It's hard to understand. And the modern desire to play devil's advocate is confusing me. Yeah, having the other direction, yeah. Devil's advocate for the right, yeah. And that's the thing, and that's kind of, that ties back into the double standard thing I was talking about earlier, where it feels like we have to concede that, okay, yeah, someone said, poor drink son. These Republican officials. I say someone. Yeah, it was a senator, a congresswoman. Said poor drinks on these officials and chased them out of restaurants. Should they have said that? No. But I feel like it's telling that is such a sticking point that needs to be condemned for people on the left, when what is obvious to me as political violence and an incitement of an attempted insurrection sort of just gets swept under the rug. It's just like we've literally got all the pieces at this point. The Jack Smith indictment outlines pretty much every part of this, and it's not disputed either. Trump's defensive legal team doesn't even dispute that this was the case. They agreed that it happened. It's like, so it's just, it's mind-boggling to me that people can't even concede that he indeed was just trying to overturn the election. Whenever verbiage use not implied verbiage. Arguments completely on the actual call, not implied. Well, here's the thing, right? Is that if your only litmus test for this is whether or not Trump went on a podium and said, "Hey, go kill all the senators and make me God King," then yeah, that I can't ever, no one's ever going to be able to argue and prove to you that he indeed tried to incite an insurrection and called for political violence. I'm not, I can't get you to have that point of view ever, because yeah, he didn't do that. But the point is that he leveraged his followers knowingly with a lie to go to the Capitol and attempt to overturn an election. And I'm not sure how that doesn't qualify as political violence. That's all. Picking hairs at this point. Yeah, indeed. You're not saying he didn't want that. You're saying inciting violence. Well, what do you think is his intent when he has people go to the Capitol and tells them, make sure Mike Pence does the right thing and fight like hell? It's, again, yeah, if your point is that he didn't specifically call for killing and burning and whatever, yeah, I can't beat you on that point. But I think we can pretty easily extrapolate what the intent behind those actions were, no? When his team had a set of electors go there, when he waited 3 hours when people were breaking into the Capitol, setting fires, setting up gallows, and he said nothing. His family came in and begged him. Mike Pence begged him. Yes, you did say peacefully during the speech. There it is. Stop again. Oh no. Well, look, I'm not even gonna try to stick the point that, whether or not he said peacefully or whatever, because frankly, I don't recall if he did or not. I've not watched it in quite some time. It's been several years. But I'm just trying to agree that we can extrapolate why exactly he had the people there. What was his intent? Oh, fudge jump. Double fudge up, it seems like. Well, hold on. When you say he did not agree with the results, he intentionally lied that the results were fraudulent, to the point of having his own false set of electors picked and sent to the Capitol in an attempt to get Mike Pence to certify them. It wasn't that he just thought something was done wrong. He lied about it. Knowingly lied about it. I think that's, I mean, part of what the intent is here, which is why I'm bringing it up. Is, you know, that's not something that should just be let slide. That's part of why it, I think, qualifies as political violence. My argument is he did not incite it, but I guess let me put it this way. Let me use a metaphor here. Oh, and we can all speculate intent. It's not speculation anymore, though. I mean, it's been beyond the shadow of a doubt. Again, this has all been pretty well laid out in his court cases, and in fact hasn't really been argued by him or his team to be false. There's not really any speculation for it, but regardless, to get back to my point. I mean, I guess let me try to use a metaphor to illustrate here. It's like if you had a pet mouse, and I think Emma actually just captured what I was about to say. It's like having a dog, you know, likes to fight dogs hard. Take him to the park expecting a chill fun with other dogs, and somewhere you gotta realize you're the asshole and not the dog. Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Because I was gonna use a cat and mouse, but yes, 100%. Emma, you took the words pretty much right out of my mouth. But yeah, I mean, you've got him bringing his crowd of supporters there, and giving the speech, and, you know, whether he said peacefully or not, I don't know. Again, I'm not going to try to contest that point, because I just haven't listened to the speech in a while, and it's not that fresh in my brain. But given the circumstances of why they were there, the subject matter, the coordination of his team to have the false electors there, the neglect on his part to call off the protesters once he realized that they were not being peaceful. You know, it's like all these things are in conjunction with each other. This is all building to the point of he wanted this to happen. That was his intent. There's no speculation that was his intent. That's what he was indicted on. That's. I mean, you can go read the indictments and the court documents for this stuff, you know. No, please, the Capitol, please. Ooh, make me very sad. Don't fight my name. Don't make me president forcefully. I'll come. I'm not sure about the delay in the calling a bit. It was 3 hours. I think it was like 3.5 hours. 3 hours, 3.5 hours, or maybe it might have been longer even. That he left his quote unquote rally. The people marched on the Capitol. They broke in. You know, I mean, all this stuff happened, and it was 3 hours like after this had been going on that he finally said, "Hey, stop! You know, everybody go home. Like, don't cause violence." President of the United States. Everything's going both ways. What other way is there? I haven't looked into verifying either side yet. Well, if that is true, I would say, you know, look into this stuff, because I mean, you can, yeah, again, I'm not going to be able to point and say, yeah, he said go kill the senators and certify the, hang Mike Pence and all that. Yeah, those words didn't come out of his mouth. Sure. I mean, and I can't argue that. If that is your litmus test for what happened, there's nothing I can do to convince you otherwise, because, yeah, those words simply did not come out of his mouth. But I guess my point is you have to deconstruct it and understand the intent behind each of the things that he did and what led to that. And in fact, I mean, they have pretty vigorously. And this is with all, like, settled facts of the matter in legal court proceedings. So, that's all. Man, just get distracted too easily, and that's okay. Everybody does these days. And that's I totally get that. And there's a lot of political bullshit and misinformation. There's a lot of people who are going to say that you should believe this and not that. It just feels like I think to me, and I hate to speak on Pepe's behalf, but it feels like it means, to Pepe, it's also like this is something that a lot of people have been living in for this whole time, and this feels like a lot of settled fact that these things happened in the way they did, and what this all meant. And it's just like, I guess it's just, it can get difficult when it's like there's a disagreement on what seems to be such a foundational fact of the matter. I guess. And I don't it's hard to be patient with that when it feels like it's been such a key part of a lot of people's lives. That's all. So I guess that's my way of saying, yeah, take the time to learn about it and understand it. And if you feel the same way, you feel the way you feel. But don't be so set in that it's like you're not seeing what's right in front of you, kind of thing. Ah, shit, can't nudge it anymore. We'll be finally used to take the capital. If we want to wins, yeah, democracy is only going to be like the result. Yeah, and that's, I think, another, that's, I think, a telling result of all that too, is that, I mean, you look at the most recent election, and obviously I think everybody can agree that for better or for worse, Trump won. And, it's like, I'm not happy with that result, but sure. But you can look at, like, before the election was called, like mid-election, they were already filing lawsuits saying that, oh, there was interference and you guys cheated and this, that, and the other. And then as soon as it's like, no, yeah, you won, all of them dropped. No more, not another peep about it. It was free and fair. The fairest we've ever had. People have spoken. Goodness gracious. It's like, that to me is like, okay, yeah, how is that not just the most obvious play of just, I want my way. I want my way, and I'm willing to use whatever means, legal or violent or whatever, to get it. Yeah, I mean, you can agree with them going to the Capitol and that being a protest. Sure. But to say that it wasn't a call for political violence when the person who had the people at the Capitol or near the Capitol for the rally intentionally lied about it, had the false electors there, I mean, it's like, that's pretty cut and dry in my mind. Yeah, I mean, it was a democratic. It's the democratic process. It's peaceful transfer of power that we've always had, and people were protesting it because they didn't like the result. And I see what people are trying to say with the argument of, well, they felt it was, they felt it had been tampered with and was wrong. And for individual people, I mean, we already knew at the time that it was a totally, legitimate election. And yet this lie was still being pushed. But even more heinously, right? I mean, and, the people should do their research and understand that. I think that's a whole other can of worms I'd like to talk about at some point. But I mean, the commander-in-chief, president of the United States, is parroting the same rhetoric when he himself knows it to be untrue. And that's where the biggest problem lies, is that he's saying this stuff, brings them there, has the false electors ready to certify him as the president, despite the fact that he doesn't have the votes. You know, it's like, you just gotta connect the dots there, right? Yeah, because disruption in a way that makes sense for a protest. The ideals behind the protest, no. What the protest became, no. Yeah, I agree. Do you agree with what it devolved into? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it clearly, I think, became a riot. And, you know, if you think one riot is bad, then, you know, that's got to be worse, right? But I think as far as the question of, you know, where's a call for political violence on the right, that is like the prime front and center example, I think. Whether or not the people understood that as what it was, yeah, you can argue that, but I would say that it's irrelevant, because Trump knew that it was a lie. Because he knew it was a lie, and he wanted to hold on to power anyways. And he lied to his supporters and leveraged them to put political pressure in an attempt to overthrow the election. Elevated protest is our right, but to riot, or but not riot, yeah. And yeah, and I mean, I think there's a point to be made that at some point, you know, the unrest is gonna come to a head, and riots are gonna be the only way to get the point across. I think we're seeing that a lot now with the CEO shooting. You know, it's like when people have been put down for so long and have been in this situation for so long, it's honestly, it's a wonder that violence hasn't become the norm sooner. And I don't necessarily blame people. So, and it's not, yeah, it's not a right for that, but I'm not shocked, I guess. But the point isn't really that. The point is that he was the president of the United States and leveraged his supporters for that. He and his team planned that with the intent of overthrowing the election, knowing that it would put senators and his vice president's lives at risk. That was an acceptable risk for him to take. To him and his team. I can agree with that, but I don't agree with the inciting violence part. I guess my question is, like, what was the... If he didn't intend for there to be violence, what was his intent? Why did he have the false electors there? Feeling they were planning a peaceful protest, knowing the kind of people that were planning it. Yeah, they're super neighbor, playing devil's advocate, pick your poison. Yeah, I mean, there were people on site with, like, masks and gear and fucking, like, the zip ties and shit, and, you know, I mean, it's just, I don't know, there was, there's just a little too much going on for it to be a, yeah, we're totally peaceful, XD. It's like CEO shooting is a little prolonged unrest. The hands of parties that don't care about you, whether or not you agree with it. Yeah, January 6 people cosplaying unrest. Yeah. So my question was fine. Someone invited. Yeah, I mean, Trump. I mean, you're saying that you don't agree that it was inciting violence, but I don't see how it could have led to any other conclusion. I guess that's my thing. Is, do you think the circumstances that Trump and his team established, and him bringing those people there, do you think, what do you think he wanted as a result of that? And when, in the 3 hours or so following the start of the attack on the Capitol, when people were breaking windows and burning things and you know, smearing shit on the walls and so on and so forth. If he didn't intend for there to be violence, why did he not say anything to the supporters whom he had just left and who had then marched on the Capitol as a result? You know, like what was the point of him doing all that? I guess, if not to have them cause violence and attempt to overthrow the election. If he didn't say the specific words in that, it's in a court of law. You're not allowed. We're just talking. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, it's kind of like a. Again, if you're asking for an example of him saying go burn the place down and kill everybody inside, yeah, that's not. I mean, I can't. That didn't happen. I have no proof of that. So because he just simply didn't say it. But I think it's. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask to sort of read between the lines here as to everything he had set up and coordinated and what it was finally culminating to in that moment. That's all. You need to look into that part. Yeah, I mean, if you need to look into any of this, I would highly encourage it. I know it's hard, and I know fucking political stuff is the last thing most people want to go and look into in their free time, but you know, I gotta agree with that bait. It's just such an integral part of society and people's lives, and you know, it's like whether we like it or not. And don't get me wrong, I don't really like having to think about political stuff, but it's necessary. It's necessary for living in the society, within a society. Yeah, it's just all true things, unfortunately. Some way you gotta realize you're literally trying to exonerate his part in the whole situation. They can't compute. Yeah, I mean, it's like he has such a key role in the middle of this as someone who coordinated this whole thing, that it's just clear to me that that was the intent from the beginning. A specific center and a quote of someone on the left who actually incited violence. I mean, again, I would say, you know, yeah, throwing water on people is or throwing a drink on people, you know, specifically water, is, you know, sure, it's assault. Well, it's legal definition of violence, I suppose, but it's a weak comparison, I feel like, when it's so obvious to me that, you know, you've got somebody who's willing to call his supporters to the Capitol and get them to do this, essentially. Something else you're trying to say is not what I asked for. You don't like the question. Prisoners. The device Republican figure as rhetoric involves this reading between the lines shit. Yeah. They know what they're doing. You know, operate within it. They can play down. They know what they're doing. Plan intent is subject to interpretation. Yeah, it feels like it's such a. It feels like when it comes to Trump, yeah, you've got this like, well, he didn't say that, and you know, we don't know what he was thinking and what he meant. But when it comes to, say, like, I don't know, that senator who said throw your drinks on people, it's, well, obviously they meant assault them. and that's political violence. Well, you know, we don't know what they meant. I mean, maybe it was metaphorically throw your drinks on them. You know, it's like I don't know. It does kind of feel like you're just sort of pussyfooting around the issue, just for the sake of you know, not really admitting that is what happened and that Trump indeed did incite political violence. It feels like there's such a certainty of when somebody on the left says something that might be, you know, potentially understood as political violence, that is an absolute certainty that's what they meant. But when Trump does all these things, it's, well, we don't know. We're not sure what he was thinking. Okay, I can't right now because you're mobile. Yeah, I know mobile's shit for research. I can agree to that. That's, God. Especially, like, any website ever. They're so fucking ad-ridden, it drives me nuts. Like, I try to look at, like, a wiki on my phone because I think of something in, like, Satisfactory or whatever. Or, like, I don't know, Valheim or something. I try to look it up, and it's just, like, I can't even scroll the goddamn page. It drives me up a wall. But I mean, I would encourage just looking at some of this stuff and looking at it, like, look at it pragmatically. Look at it just factually, because it really does feel like at times, and it's not specific to you, Viernan, although I think we can all say, you know, I've seen it a little bit. It feels like people treat Trump with kids' gloves. They have rose tinted glasses on for some reason. And I can't really fathom why, because he just seems to do and say so many things that get whisked away as, like, well, he didn't mean that, or, you know, he didn't say those words, he didn't say that specifically, or, you know, he was just joking, he was kidding, stuff like that. When it's nobody else is treated the same way. Even people in his own party aren't treated the same way, and it's bizarre. It's just bizarre to experience. That's all. Implied isn't factual, but it is. I mean, we know it is, though, at this point. We know that he lied about it. We know that the intent was to get the people to pressure Mike Pence into certifying the false slate of electors. We know that he waited and didn't tweet and tell them to back off for hours. We know all those things. That's the problem. I mean, those things aren't implied that happened. That actually happened. And again, if the evidence that you need is that he went up there and said, you know, do this specifically, yeah, sure. Nobody's going to be able to provide you with that, but it sort of just feels like it feels like you're being obtuse for the sake of being obtuse. That's all. Trump was the one saying something literal. You're saying he didn't imply that. Yeah. Like I said, it just feels like he gets treated with kid gloves. I mean, I don't. I guess what do you you know? Like I said, what do you think his intent was for that whole rally and for having the electors there? And you know, it's like what do you think his overall goal was when he didn't say anything for 3 hours or more after people started attacking the Capitol? His supporters started attacking the Capitol after marching there from his rally. What do you think was his intent? Because it seems to me that you don't think it was an incite. You know, he wasn't intending to incite political violence. It just sort of happened by his supporters coming from his rally regarding his election. You know. You're either playing devil's advocate, you like it or not, and you're so hurt. Yeah. I mean, it's you seem, by not even being able to, like, entertain the idea or sort of see the nuance in it behind, you know, beyond what he specifically stated, it does sort of feel like you're kind of implying the opposite. Something was going on, he would have acted immediately, did he? Yeah, exactly. And I think that's really the nail in the coffin for a lot of it, because, you know, you can point to the false electors, you can point to him having the rally, but ultimately he was the sitting president of the United States whose followers went to the Capitol, and he didn't stop them, even when they were violent and protesting and rioting. And they started breaking through windows and battering cops and starting fires and smearing shit. And, you know, he did nothing. Everything else aside, he didn't stop that. We were both thinking they responded quickly and that he hasn't. He didn't verify the source. Well, take a look at it, I would say. Because it is, I mean, that's a pretty key part of it, you know, I think. That sort of screams to me that he wanted what happened to happen. Maybe you feel differently, but... I mean, the source is quite literally him. His tweets are still up from that day, too. Well, they should be, last I checked. But, you know. I mean, that seems like a pretty critical piece of information that I would, you know, highly suggest taking a look at, because that is definitely pretty incriminating, I would say. Man, side note, man, VOD watchers are gonna love this segment. We go back and forth on politics for like 4 hours. I also checked the source. I know it's frustrating, Emma, but let's try to remain. I can feel your frustration though, but arguing they didn't want the results to be a return. I'm not saying he was trying to intimidate. He's not trying to intimidate. I see. Okay, well, hold on. Now, what do you mean? I mean, you're not saying that he wasn't trying to intimidate. What do you think intimidate mean? He's the sitting president of the United States. He was sending his, you know, he was sending his followers to the Capitol to intimidate? He just wanted to put pressure on a fair and democratic process with his false set of electors. I mean, does that... Am I missing something here? He didn't incite the... Okay. Well, I'm calling it. It's just like it's going in circles. It is. It is going in circles. Honestly, though, kind of good filler content while I just work on the grid, because this is all boring work I probably would have been saying nothing doing anyways. So, or I would have been having to fill dead air, so... Ayo. I'm saying that I'm not going off implied either. Let me ask you this. What part about it is implied? A show of force isn't violence. Viernen. Come on. A show of force isn't violence? So, okay, can we agree with one thing at least? Intimidation is a form of violence. Yes, exactly. He wanted his people to march on the Capitol. He lied to them about the results of the election in order to get them to march on the Capitol. Now, I think we agree on that part. I hope. I don't know. Okay, yeah, but he said march over. He said peacefully march. Sure. I'm not even going to try to argue against that. I haven't even verified that myself, but I'm not even going to try to argue it. His team Please want to bring your places and violence shows. Don't blame me. Call me Leonard. He did not say storm the Capitol, but he had them march to the Capitol, right? You had the quote earlier. You said, "Yeah, I know you're all going to, peacefully march or something or other." And again, I've not verified that quote. I don't know. I've not watched the speech in a while, but I'm taking your word for it here. That he said peacefully march over to the Capitol, right? So he did say, go to the Capitol. Can we agree on that? Switor. Oh boy. Okay, you're not denying. Okay. Trump actually knew, that the election had not been interfered with nor stolen. He knew those things were not the case and lied. Can we agree on that? Could have you said that? But the fact that he still said that and he knew he was lying. Do we agree on that? I'm not saying he didn't. Okay. But would you say that at this point we know that he was lying about it and that he knew he was lying about it? Shit. Put this back on. Time he felt justified. Well, no, we know that he knew it was a lie. For one, we know that he knew it was a lie. Two, there are processes, legal processes, in this country for challenging such a thing, which he went through and lost every single one. Yeah, he absolutely 100% without a doubt knew he lost the election. That's a matter of fact. Can we agree on that? Currently he was stupid, but so at the time, just to make sure, he knew he was lying to his followers, telling them that the election was stolen when it was not in fact stolen. You agree he lost? Okay, I think. Never did I say he won. All right, well, okay, no, and I'm not saying you did, but that's not exactly what I'm asking here. I'm not asking if you agree he lost. I'm asking if you agree that he knowingly and willfully lied to his followers that the election was stolen. On January 6th and prior. He knew it was a lie. And told them that anyways. Oh my, wait, is this column misaligned? What have I done here? Oh, son of a bitch. I gotta fix this whole thing. Never thought it was stolen or that fraud happened. But I'm not asking what you thought. which is a formal indictment on. Yeah, was. Yeah, God. I think maybe that's where this sort of fundamental misunderstanding is happening. So I'm not asking what you think about the situation. I'm asking if we're agreeing on what at this point is established legal fact, that he knowingly lied to people in order to, one, get them there, and two, have them march peacefully or otherwise. He said, you know, if you're saying he said peacefully, like I said, I'll concede that point. I'm not sure if that's true myself, but you know, regardless, it's besides the point I'm trying to make. But the fact that he leveraged that lie knowingly, he could have knowingly, but we know he did. That's the thing. We know that he knew he was lying. Only Pepe to keep it up. I would feel like yelling at your Pepe doing best, having mad you doesn't understand your human word. It's not a could have situation. Do I agree he lied? Not entirely. What do you think he didn't lie? Or what do you not agree entirely on? I guess what part of it do you think he was you know, he believed? Thought you were gonna take a break? Yeah, I should. I'm going on 7 hours now. I mean, I'm making big progress on my build, though. I'm just trying to walk through the step by step here, just to understand, because it feels like there's, again, it feels like the dots are so clearly connected in my head, but there's obviously some sort of just fundamental disconnect. I got suddenly fine. You're still streaming. I'm sorry. I know, I need to wrap up, I need to sleep. Thanks for the lurk, Emma, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm yapping about stuff. We're going on about politics. It's a doozy. Yeah, yep. I just can't help myself. Semantics on my stance could derail the current thought. Well, I mean, it's integral that I think any conclusion that we're able to make has to be based on facts that we've both established. We both established are true factual pieces of evidence. I think everyone knows still like he was cheated, which is why he went on those month-long suits that went nowhere. But he knew those suits were fraudulent. We know that he knew they were fraudulent. It's not that he could have lied, he did lie. That's the problem. We know that he lied. Yeah, I mean, he talked with what was it, the governor of Georgia, something like that, trying to find votes. I'm gonna fix my fucked up platform here. Whoops. So did I ever turn back on? Oh yeah, okay, stream mode is on. This song just felt new, I don't know. Well, I guess why I said he could have lied, and that's why. Well, I guess my focus for that is not on the reason that you're saying could in that way. It's why is it could when we know he lied, I guess. Well, I don't want to move on to the next part because I mean, this is a pretty key component, I feel like. That this needs to be, like, agreed upon, that this was indeed the case and is factually correct, because it's just... I mean, that's an integral part of it. I guess why is it could and not did? You know, because we know that he did at this point. But why do you say could have lied? And I guess that's my question to clarify. Not sure if you're typing something or not, but I'm getting a little sleepy. Shit, not gonna make it all the way up. Okay. At that point in time, he was cheated due to fraud. Well, there's no evidence at the time, nor at a later time. Right. And if there's no evidence of something, but you're claiming it anyways, he was lying, correct? He knowingly lied. Just to be totally clear. Most fraud was found about 100 votes. Yeah, it was for him, But I mean, there's always going to be a certain tiny amount of fraud in every election. So I'm not, it's like I don't. It is kind of ironic that the fraud that was found was for him, but I'm also just like, neither here nor there. People are going to do that on every election because people are stupid. So, but regardless. I guess I'm just looking for you to confirm that he did knowingly lie, or that you believe the fact that he knowingly lied. I don't know. I'm losing my fucking mind at this point. I'm slipping off the deep end. I've lost it. I think ways to go about it, but this is your job to put across. Okay, your word is I'll try your followers and all that psycho. Your followers are into this stupid suits. Well, you're saying he felt it, but he knew that it wasn't the case. He knew that he was just making it up. Oop, I guess I'm still here. Sorry, Emma. I'm in streams soon. We gotta wrap this thing up. I can't be doing 7-hour streams that are half political talk. I don't mind talking politics. I just... Run the power first. I almost forgot. I don't agree he knowingly lied. Now I can see that he could have lied. Oh my god. Pepe, thank you for the raid. Next soon, passing the right torch to use any lurkers somewhere at the airs. Okay, I will send them off somewhere when I'm wrapped up. It shouldn't be too long, I imagine. I appreciate the raid, man. Thank goodness. I hope you're getting some rest. Yeah, surely you're going and getting some sleep. And not here for more political discussion after you beat your meat. Alright, that's what I like to hear. And debate more. Oh, no. No, it's fine. I again, I kind of appreciate the political stuff, so... I feel like I don't talk about it enough, honestly. Good opportunity. I can multitask. As a master debater. My goodness. Well, welcome in, everybody. Sounds like it's mostly lurkers, but... Playing Satisfactory. Yucking it up. Talking politics, which is always a hot button issue. But... pretty fun, nonetheless. Well, Viernan, I feel like there's a sort of a fundamental disagreement because it's established fact at this point that he knew he was lying. I mean that was all established and not argued against by his legal team. In the indictments brought up against him, so it's I feel like it's just pretty cut and dry. And I feel like if there's an inability to see that, then I'm not really sure like how to reconcile the rest of it. I did have a point to continue with, but it's like, I can't really make the point if it's these sort of fundamental facts aren't adhered to. I don't know if that makes any sense, but a small friend streaming if you need somewhere to raid, only if you need it. Alright, has somebody live? I'd have to check. I don't think I have anybody live, so feel free to name drop. This has devolved into a streaming match. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to get me that upset about anything, to be honest. And I think you know, I think despite the vigor shown here by Pepe and Emma, I mean, they're not ones to like scream either or really get that up in arms about it. I mean, it's, you know, it's frustrating, or it can be frustrating, but it's like it's not worth screaming over, not worth becoming a keyboard warrior over. It's like, yeah, a fine tooth comb at all. All right, I mean, I'll continue, but it's there. Each step has had its importance, and not being able to agree to that is, you know. I was talking about this shit. The air, I would get myself worked up as different as a person. Yeah, yeah. No, me too. And it's, you know, I start thinking about some of the stuff, and it makes me angry. Uh, you know, that there's the ideologies that be have become so mainstream, I guess. I'm not sure another way to put it. And that our sort of political climate is the way it is at the moment. It just feels like a really shitty place to be stuck in. And I'm not sure really how else to be responsive to that other than angry. But when it comes to a person, it's like I can change a person's mind. I can't change the world. I can't change what apparently the majority of the country wants, or the majority of the voting population wanted. So it's like, and that's in and of itself is frustrating, I think, to the point of anger. So I'm not screaming. I read some out of pocket stuff and I just stare and smile. But I agree with some that you're saying. Okay, well let's sort of try to finish the point off, and then I'll use that as a wrapping up point. Uh, so I'm basing this off of the understood fact. You know, as everybody sees it, although it seems like you don't necessarily agree with that. I'm just not committing to being knowingly lied. Well, I mean, it's pretty well established. I think I would say, you know, look it up and research it yourself if you can't commit to that. But you know, neither here nor there. So if that's the case, and again, going in on the basis that it is, even though you may disagree, and he had the sets of false electors from the states curated by his team sent there. And that's, again, that is established fact. I don't know if you can agree with that or not, but I feel like at this point I've already compromised on you agreeing with the knowingly lied stuff, so I'm not going to push you to agree to it. It's kind of just moot at this point, I feel like. And I'm failing to see what other intent there could have been. When you take into account that he had this set up, that he knowingly lied, and, you know, whatever, you research that. What other intent was there for him to have a rally that close to the Capitol, to tell his people to march to the Capitol? What was the outcome that he had hoped for? Taking all those things into account. I guess I posed that question, and I'm not saying it as like a answer me now. What did he, you know? But it's like I want you to sort of rack your brain a little bit, and just think about it. You know, think about it as you research this stuff, and think about it as you read more on it. You know, why did he do the things that he did, and act the way he acted, and say the things that he said? You know, and in maybe such a way as that do not specifically outline certain things that he wanted done. If that, you know, if that makes sense, feel free to ask me to clarify. Oh shit, I only have one fuel left. Oops. I'm gonna put our stuff in here. I think scoot back onto base. I'll do a couple of things to wrap up around base, and then we'll call it good at that point. But yeah, I guess if it's just my point being, if it's a question of intent and you're not able to say like what his specific intent was, I'm just trying to, maybe we can sort of proof by disproving everything else. He did not agree with his loss and hoping to get his way. Yes. Okay. No, and yeah, you're right. You have said that before, but that's why I'm not like, finally, like, yes. Now, what was the intent of bringing his followers there? What did he want them to do? That's my question to pose. When your pushes final rails and paths game crashes from entity overload. I would cease the playthrough in that moment. No, I would probably come back and just do everything really lazily and just jam it together and bang out the end of the game, and then probably never touch the game ever again. I'm saying that implied violence isn't the same as incited violence. What is the difference in this circumstance? Because we have, just to be clear, we have numerous videos of individuals storming the Capitol, attacking police officers, breaking windows, setting fires, all of those things. And to go back to your point before, yes, a congresswoman said, pour your drinks on these Republican officials who did this and run them out of your restaurant. And I mean, I haven't researched it, but as far as I'm aware, none of that happened. So it would seem to me as a layman that the incited violence, as you put it, of the congresswoman saying to do that amounted to less actual violence, and I would probably wager even no actual violence, versus the implied violence of those on the right. They peacefully protest to get its way. What was incited? The riot. He made no attempt to stop the riot from happening. In fact, the reason he held his rally there and set all this up was to get people to riot and put political pressure so that he could remain president of the United States. You have evidence of people doing that? I've not seen any, but, feel free to, feel free. I've not seen numerous videos of people doing that, and, but I have seen that for January 6th. I have evidence of Trump saying that. Right, okay. Again, he didn't go and say, burn the place to the ground, break all the windows. Sure. But I'm asking which one produced more real violence, and specifically violence, and I would say this makes the violence worse, you may disagree, violence that was a direct threat to the democratic processes of the country. I'm not gonna try to argue against you that, dumping your drink on someone is legally considered assault and can be charged and whatnot. That's fine. I can't argue against that. In fact, it's probably true. It sounds right to me. But you have to admit, as far as political violence goes, that is a far cry from having your followers march to the Capitol with the intent of having them overthrow an election and not stopping them once they got violent. That's what I was talking about, the videos of January 6th. No, I don't know what you're... Oh, I see. I see. Sorry. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the like, you know, dumping drinks on people and running them out of the restaurant, I've not seen any tangible evidence of that, but I have, yeah, I've seen, and it sounds like you've seen, numerous videos of the January 6th incident and the violence that occurred there. So it's like, I guess we can try to make the distinction between implied and specifically incited violence any day of the week. If you want to do that, sure. But when we're talking about things that have had... Thanks, Emma. It's it really is like a political discussion. Uh, yeah. If we're talking about results as far as actual violence caused, the two are incomparable, I would say. That's pissing in the laugh track made me jump. That's pretty funny. All right, I will hydrate as well, Emma. Even though I already have to piss again. It's brutal out here. I think you jump while pissing. Pissing all by yourself, handsome? I need to get that as a sub alert or something. Oh, I'll get that as a point redeem. With the strap. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna do a couple of things here. But anyways, that's my parting food for thought here. I will sort of leave it at that. I would just encourage, you know, yeah, go look at some of this stuff on your own. Feel free to verify the shit I'm saying. I'm gonna leave, I mean, the VOD will be up, you know, if you need to go back and refer to it at all. And do yourself a favor and try to keep an open mind about it, because it feels like, and I think, you know, with you here, but I think more widely to people who share the same mentality or talking points, it feels like they're very dug in with not relenting on sort of these key components, these key facts as I see it. And that's the more frustrating part. Piss sequences. Just know that people are pissing, yeah. It's like a Spidey sense, but worse. Like I said at the beginning. Oh, hold on. Ada's got something to say.
The best idea Fixit could come up with, to appreciate and reward pioneers for their hard work, is a gold star. How creative, but don't worry, I understand the merits of actually meaningful appreciation. When you save the day, you will understand.
Alright, Wonder Star. Candy canes and wreaths, huh? Okay. That's going to be a bit of a doozy, but I think we can probably swing that. Alright, I'll set that up probably next time then. They said anything I don't know if it devolved to the actions people was their choice. It is not okay. His instruction peacefully. He's texting sometimes. Yeah, I know. It is kind of the pits. It's the only way I really know how to text. I can't do the tapping shit. The missus does it flawlessly, but I suck at it. But yeah, swiping is just, it's the pits. I can get you there. Right. I mean, I keep reiterating this point, but I feel like we kind of keep going back to it. I can't point to him saying go riot and burn and do all this stuff. I can't do that. Yeah, you're right. But it seems like you can at least agree that there was, you know, implied violence. You don't think it was the same as incited violence. But I'm asking you to compare the real world results of what has happened. He implied violence, and there was violence, a significant amount of violence, enough that you seem to be willing to sort of condemn what happened there and say that, you know, they shouldn't have done that. And then on the other side, there's what you would refer to as incited violence that has caused nothing. I guess, you know, that's the difference. Alright, I know I'm yapping. I know. Alright, we're over 7 hours. It has gotten a little lengthy. I think there was something in the middle I wanted to clip, but I don't know if I could go back and find it even if I wanted to. But I'm gonna leave it there. You know, it was a day. A little long-winded. Political discussions always are. A little messy, but hey, what's done is done. I don't agree with I don't agree with implied anything because implied is always very hard to prove. Well, that's why I was posing to you, like, what do you think he wanted his followers to do? Why do you think all these steps were taken? Why do you think the false slates of electors were there? Why do you think that he didn't say anything for hours after they started getting violent? Why do you think that he held his rally so close to the Capitol? Why do you think that he pushed this lie for months and months and months, knowingly? So on and so forth. So that's all things to consider and look at, though. Because, I mean, you're saying it's hard to prove. I'm failing to see any other alternative, and you seem to be giving the benefit of the doubt where, in my perception, there is none. Trump implied bad senators arrest one death, multiple injured police officers, all senators saying just spills drinks on people, no drinks spilled. Yeah, it's like they're incomparable in my mind. But I want you to look at these things in a objective manner, as objective as you can. But that's all. That's the only thing I want to convey. That's my final thought. I'm gonna wrap up. Thank you guys so much for watching. Emma, you had somebody I could raid, right? You had said. Would you mind name dropping? I don't know if you dropped it earlier, but I didn't see it. If you did, I apologize. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that name. Give me a moment here. I will do that real quick. Satouch. Oh my goodness, there you. I think is what peaceful protest. We don't agree with the result. Right. I mean, it's just look into the fundamental. You know. Sorry, I'm done. I'm a little burned out from arguing it back and forth. The fundamental that he knew he was lying. Just look into that and the other things that I said. I would highly recommend, and just try to be as objective as you can. Because, like I said, it feels all too often that people dig their heels in when they're arguing the other side of this. So, yeah, that's what I would encourage. All right, we're gonna start this raid to the individual that Emma suggested. So I appreciate you guys so much for watching. Apologize if it's long-winded and, a little bit politically focused, because, I know that's always messy and kind of uncomfortable for people. But I thought it was productive and I thought it was fun. Sleep well. You sleep well as well, Mirnan. I appreciate the conversation. I will catch all you guys probably tomorrow. I will see you then. All right. Bye-bye.